Hi, and welcome to the Houston Community College Board of Trustees meeting. Today's meeting will begin at 3 p.m. Please wait. Thank you.
Committee of the Whole meeting for November 15th, 2023 will now come to order at
3:11 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purpose as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. Opportunities for public comments. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizens form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Service Office. No citizens have signed up to speak before the Committee of the Whole. In reference to item A, the strategic plan amendments approved by the Committee of the Whole on August 16th were pulled from the consent agenda for discussion, but no vote was taken. That item has been pulled by the administration, and item A on this agenda is being presented in its place. Is there a motion to approve item A, proposed changes to the strategic plan, embracing Houston's future?
So moved.
There a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I don't understand what that was. So,
Okay, great. That's fine, because Melissa is going to be right there with you.
okay, I don't understand the posture.
So,
She will
yeah,
explain.
technical difficulty here. Okay, so in August, the administration presented the strategic plan with some revisions. That went through Committee of the Whole, and it was approved by the committee, so it moved then to the consent agenda. It was pulled from the consent agenda for further discussion, but we never opened discussion or took a vote on that item. The administration went back based on the comments made and made additional changes. So what you're looking at today is substantially different. It's essentially a new item because so many changes were made. And because it is so different, rather than putting it in the place of the old item, that item was pulled because the chair and the chancellor can pull items from the agenda. And this is an item presented in its place, but because it is so different, it has to go through the committee again.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, okay. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is presented for your consideration to approve the proposed changes to the strategic plan, Embracing Houston's Future. With your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Dr. Mel Young to present the item. Dr. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the members of the committee. We have a subject matter expert on this particular item, and I'm happy to serve as a resource. We also have legal counsel to answer questions. So Dr. Burge is our subject matter expert, and with your permission, I'd like to invite her to lead us in this discussion.
Thank you, Chancellor, Madam Chair, members of the board. In December 2019, the Board of Trustees approved Embracing Houston's Future as its strategic framework. With this, the board affirmed 6 HCC strategic priorities. They were student success, diversity and equity, personalized learning, academic rigor, community investment, and college of choice. But during the 88th Texas legislative session, Senate Bill 17 related to diversity, equity, and inclusion was passed. SB 17 restricts initiatives in institutions of higher education that promote DEI with only limited exceptions. The effective date is January 1st, 2024. For this reason, on August 16th, 2023, with the intent of ensuring compliance with SB 17, the Committee of the Whole considered proposed changes. Because this item was pulled from the consent agenda, based on the comments, we allowed a reasonable time for further examination of the law and actions by the Board of Trustees. After a thorough examination, this item comes to the Committee of the Whole with substantive changes to ensure timely compliance with SB 17. To give an overview of these changes, I would like to introduce Deborah Estarek, a partner at Rogers, Morris & Glover, Serving as outside counsel, she frequently advises HCC and other community colleges on matters of policy and compliance. Before joining Rogers, Morris, and Glover, she was an attorney at TASB.
Thank you, Dr. Burridge. Madam President, or Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to be here. My law firm was engaged to just review your strategic plan to determine whether or not it complied with Senate Bill 17. And I will say that given the fact that the expenditure of state funds are contingent upon compliance with Senate Bill 17, we were fairly conservative in our edits of the plan that in large part looked like, just deleting the words equity, diversity, inclusion throughout the plan where we could. In some areas, you couldn't just delete a word. So we replaced things like equity-mindedness with fair-mindedness, or equity of learning outcomes with student success. So you'll see a lot of little edits like that throughout. We removed one out-of-date organizational chart that referred to the DEI office. We also removed a graphic that unfortunately I don't have the technological ability to fix, but it referred to diversity and equity as a priority. The biggest change that you will see in this amended plan before you is the deletion of strategic priority number 2, diversity and equity. And we looked at that for a minute to see if we could just, amend it by taking out certain words and replacing it with others. But given the time, the energy, the effort on the behalf of the administration, the board, as well as other stakeholders when it comes to creating a plan, we determined that it just was not possible to replace that strategic priority. So our recommendation to you is the next time you do a substantive revision of your plan, that priority be something that you look at, with the lens of Senate Bill 17. The other thing I wanted to just point out to you is that the personas that are listed within your strategic plan are completely the same. They remain intact. They are fully compliant with Senate Bill 17. Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Oh, yes.
I know we can't use the word diversity, but I guess the word diverse is okay?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. There are certain sections that talk about Houston as a diverse area, so that's fine. So you will see that word in certain places in the plan. But just to the extent that the usage of the term was incompatible with the mandates of Senate Bill 17, that's when it came out.
Trustee Reichardt.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it's unfortunate that we have to do this, but I know at the end of the day, these minor changes in language is not going to change how we feel about things like diversity and equity and what we do with regard to this. So I hope the community knows that just because these words have been taken out of this document, it doesn't mean that our commitment to these things isn't there. Thank you.
Trustee Glazer.
I want to echo my fellow trustees' comments about that. It's just a few words and we're getting in alignment. Appreciate the effort you guys have done to make sure that we stay in alignment with the laws that are passed by the state of Texas. I just wanted to point out, and I'm looking at my report here, to take the opportunity to say, I'm looking at a strategic plan here. It's 176 pages long. Just more like an operations manual as far as I'm concerned compared to a strategic plan. So I hope going forward that administration board can kind of work together and possibly look at how this is laid out as a strategic plan. And in my world outside this board, I deal with strategic plans, and none of them are this long, and none of them go into the details that this one does. And I wonder that maybe it would streamline and make it a little more beneficial for the organization to have a strategic plan. Not that the contents in here aren't critical, but I just don't think they're in the right place in the organization. So I just want to get that on record. Thank you. Again, appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Any other Trustee Laredo.
Thank you. I want to thank the team that worked on this, because I know they worked on it extensively and they did a great job. And I too felt the same way that, that these words, diversity and equity, are being omitted. But I hope it's not taken out of our minds, because we are an institution that works with the community and the whole of Houston, and so, and even international, we have an international program. So we need to make sure that we continue to be diverse and equitable with all. So I just want to make sure that we continue those, that vision and those values as we move forward. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, thank you, ladies.
Thank you very much.
We're now ready to vote on item A.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed. I'm sorry, Trustee Laredo. Received with a vote of 8-0. Give me 1 second.
Is there a motion to approve item B, monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for September 2023?
So moved.
It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Trustees. This item is a report on the monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for September 2023. With your permission, I invite Mr. Marshall Hines and Mr. Jacob Akin to present the report. Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Chancellor, and Trustees. I'll show you our first month of fiscal year 24, which is September, and you see we're in the first month, so we're at 8.3% of our operating budget as we go through this report. If you look and see our investment interest income for 2023 was $1.45 million compared to $1.49 million just in August. The rates seem very stable on our very conservative investments. If you drop down the next bullet point, you look at our earnings of the $1.45 million compared to fiscal year 22 was $370,000. So that you can see the dramatic 400% increase in what we're earning based on our interest. CPI rose again a little bit by 0.4%. It looks like we'll end the year somewhere around 4% in terms of overall inflation for the country. I have not read anything recently that indicates a major increase in our interest rate from the feds. They still are whispering maybe 0.25%, 25 basis points, but I don't see much reason for doing that. I would like to point out at this time that it's at our biweekly Chancellor's Executive Council meetings, we now have a financial health report that's done monthly. That's something new that we haven't had in the past. So that all the CDC is looking at this each month. And then also we're looking at the financial health of the organization, but also a report on the focus of the new budget funding model for state appropriations. So there's a keen focus on both of those things that are very critical to the organization. So as you look at this next page, 3, look at the column of words: recruitment, enrollment, financial aid, retention, student success, and marketing. Those are all critical for us to complete. And we hope to bring you the results from the procurement effort on the website. And that was going to be in late December, but since the meeting was moved, we've now bumped that presentation until January when we have all the results in. But we're excited to bring that forward. We had tremendous participation. I think we had a total of 19 participants. And we're going through that analysis right now with the scoring committee, looking at that. It's a very critical piece of that we get that right. FY24 state appropriations, we received 1.2%, so that's right on schedule with what we have earned year to date where we are. HCC is highly focused on student success, and I'll show you something in the appendix on that. And then the opportunity of obligation to improve success, we must improve performance. And something I'd like to talk about also is we have the procurement that we go through, that we are being very fiscally prudent with the money that we make, and we move forward. Looking at the next slide, HCC also focused on student success for new state funding and the revenue and beyond. There's some discussions with the state level with a lot of community colleges about the fast payment model and how difficult that might be to have students that are taking dual credit be accountable for not paying for anything out of their own pocket. And so the state is trying to help figure out how to do something with that, and then the colleges are trying to figure out how we're supposed to manage that. Also, our tax base has finally been certified. We now have the base at $281 million and some change. I will report, though, that we in Houston now has, or Harris County has, 19 months of declining home sales numbers. The interest rates are eclipsing 8.25% for a 30-year fixed rate. And then also we are seeing, for the first time, median home prices and the average home prices declining a little bit, so about 4%. So that's the first time we've seen a drop. Now, the commercial real estate office buildings have continually been dropping, and there's still an issue with the occupancy levels there. I'll go through this slide. Pre-COVID, this will be the second to last report you see. October 31st was the end of the line, our last payments and billing cycle for all the HERF money, and we're closing that out, and that will be the next report when we talk about October finish. And then all these projects are doing well to serve the student success and improve HCC's performance in the community. So look at the positive for Texas and Houston. The barrel oil today is back down to 80, but it was when we wrote this up at 91. But $80 is still a solid number for Houston. We've got the project over, the MSI project. It was a grant project over at West Loop. They're seeing 36,000 students a year over there for enrollment. They don't all attend there, but that's a very convenient place for people to stop and enroll and do financial aid. I also would like to report, and I might jump back to the appendix for you, is we eclipsed for the first time in a long time, way pre-COVID, $50 million for enrollment as of today's date. So tuition fees, we're at $48 million as of this report, but we hit $50 million, which is a big landmark for the college, and I want to thank the college, the trustees, and all of our colleagues behind me that have making this work, and we look to grow that much more in the future. Then you look at the collected for early learning, extended learning, $2.3 million is also growing. We've had no tuition rate or fee increase recommendation. And as we go through the budget process, that will be something that we talk about. And it's hard to believe that, it's time already to start talking about fiscal year 25. It seems like we just approved and started this budget, and we'll be looking at fiscal year 25. And there are a lot of things different in our world and our environment that we will talk about and bring those to the board and do the workshops for the budget. I'm excited to get started on that. The team is already working on agenda items. The revenue, our key revenues still remain ad valorem tax is by far the biggest, now followed by tuition fees being very meaningful for us. The state appropriations, we're going to work on that. It's for student success. That will grow. And then our investment earnings continue to be very important. And that will continue as long as interest rates are high. We have operating expenses are $42 million, or 10% of where we are, versus the 8.3% for the first month. But that's all due to timing. And when you start a year, we always offer a little bit. Extra salaries, though, which is our biggest single solitary expense, is right on budget at 8.34%. We're still running with a hiring chill and filling only positions that we have to. Then we look at the budget state appropriations of $1.2 million. We will see that number escalate as we move toward the end of the year, toward the $68.5 million. Payments will receive the monthly installments, just to remind everyone. And then the greatly increase in HCC student success revenue is in progress. and then multiple shared service and campus leadership moving towards an aligned strategy for student success, which equals then our payments for the new funding model. So I'd like to just flip forward quickly to the revenue and show you, as we look at our revenue, you can see in the far right column the percentage, and again, we're in the month of 8.3%. For example, state appropriations, they start out really slow and escalate toward the middle of the year. If you look at tuition and fees, as I said, we were at $48 million at the end of September, but we've already got a glimpse at October, and that's where we've gone over the $50 million mark. Then you look at our investment income, we're at $2.27 million on a budget of just $5.9 million. So we're going to see, as long as these interest rates hold up, we'll do very well on our investment earnings. And then you see the total value of the September 30th of $60 million. Then we can take a quick look at unrestricted expenses. I won't go through all the footnotes at the bottom to just draw your attention to a few highlights. For example, travel. Travel was budgeted at $1.2 million. I know there's a focus for us this coming year for fiscal 25 to reduce what HCC spends on travel. You see marketing has only $9,000 been expensed. Most of them are Ramel's area. Will come in midstream, and we'll see that number grow tremendously as we move forward toward the $3.9 million budget. Another one that's an outlier toward the middle is insurance and risk management. They've paid one set of premiums already, so they're already paid 44% of their budget, and that will line out and be within line by the end of the year. But we are seeing increases in premium costs. And so I'd like to stop there, and I'd be happy to address any questions that y'all may have.
Are there any questions? Trustee Wilson?
How did we finish out last year with fund balance, the excess for fund balance?
Well, we'll be bringing you, I wanted to mention too before I left that we had a conference call this afternoon before I came down here with our Whitley Penn, our financial audit. So they'll be wrapping up in the next week or 10 days. And so we ended with a large surplus, larger than last year, but we had an adjustment also in the GASME accounts. And Jacob, I want to say, come on up. Bottom line for 23. You remember off the top of your head?
So the bottom line for 23 is over 340 days cash on hand.
What's the number?
Okay, he's asking for the bottom line number.
In like 30 million or?
I was going to say $32 million.
32 million?
Yes, sir.
Added to fund balance.
Yeah. We will get you a TI response on that if you'd like.
Thank you.
Any other, Trustee Van Start?
Page 8, the hold harmless for fiscal year 24-25. When we received the adjusted document with the adjusted budgeted operations for each college, Houston Community College was receiving $62 million. So I need to understand what that difference is.
Between the 62 and the 68?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's from the fast payments that we pay. We'll receive those by semester from the new program for the state funding.
So the document that we received showing every community college and what their operations would be from the state, one thing in particular stood out to me was that Alamo Colleges was receiving $88 million.
Yes.
And we were receiving $62 million. So this whole harmless for 68.5 is not the 62 million that the state is going to give us. I know we budgeted for 68.5 million. That's operations, correct?
Yes, the state gives you a hold harmless or safe harbor, whatever you want to call it. They're calling it a transition period of 2 years. And you will receive not less than how much you received in prior years for state appropriations. And under the new model, there are payments for, as you mentioned, for example, with Alamo, payments will be made for both the state appropriations that you would normally see based on student success points, because you saw a lot of jumps in some of the people that earned state appropriation, but you also will receive this year fast payments for the qualification for the economically and academically challenged students.
And that economic and academically challenged students is it's based on the numbers of students that actually pass these courses and receive the certificates, correct? Not just a head count?
It does not take into account the head count at all, like the old model did. It's not based on scheduled contact hours. It is based upon, and this had changed a lot toward the end, it's based upon students that at any year of their high school term qualify for the discounted or free lunch program. They will be treated, for example, in dual credit. We will get payments for every student that is enrolled with our college that qualified for those programs while they were taking dual credit in high school.
So our dual credit numbers are less than 6,000, correct?
6 million?
Our dual credit number of students
Oh,
is
yes, ma'am.
less than
Yes,
6,000.
yes.
And are we assuming that the entire 6,000 is on reduced to free lunch?
No, we get $55 per dual credit hour. And then we've estimated, and everybody's trying to scramble and find out how to report this. And what I opened up with is that there's problems across the state where students are eligible for this program, but they're going out and buying their book or their supplies, and we can't submit that. But yet we don't have access to the information until it filters through Austin, through TEA. So once we have that, we'll be able to tell you exactly what it is, but we've estimated that it's about 60% of our students in dual credit would have taken some program at some point in their four-year high school term.
But the other part of that is that they have to complete 15 hours before we can request payment. Is that not correct?
No, it's whatever they take. We get paid more money for them completing 15 hours. You know, we'll get, for example, $2,000 per student if they complete, and that's why having our advisors and our counselors out at the high schools encouraging students to take their dual credit, not waiting until their senior year or the second half of their senior year of high school. They need to start when they're a junior or in their first semester of junior year, or maybe even the tail end of their sophomore year, because that gives them more time to complete that. The minute they hit their 15 hours of dual credit hours, we get paid a bonus payment or a fast payment for that.
So I need to ask Dr. Perez, are we basing this on an entry into dual credit at the 11th grade, or are we basing this on entry into dual credit earlier than 11th grade?
Well, as you know, we can now allow students to enter earlier than the 11th grade. So there are some of our programs, some of our high schools are allowing us to, are wanting their students to enroll when they are in the 9th grade. So we are serving students from the 10th, 11th, and 12th. The 9th grade year, the schools are using that as a transitional year for their students.
Thank you. Thank you. Got your questions? Any other questions?
Yes, one question. I recall we had quite a bit of debate around tuition and fees because we were having to consider a fee for, I think, maybe West Campus students or something. Did we vote to approve that fee?
It was a use fee for Katie, and that was passed. It was only for
Okay,
Katie.
is it reflected here? Because I saw that tuition and fees collected and that we had no increases. I just wanted to make sure it is reflected here.
It's reflected in our budget, yes.
Okay, thank you
That's
so
what was
much.
included.
Any other questions?
All right.
If there, you can, are you finished, Marsha?
Oh, thank you.
Go on.
I just want to thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right. We're now ready to vote on item B.
Sharon, that's yes for me. Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 9-0.
The committee of the whole meeting is adjourned at, we're doing close. Okay, the meeting of the committee of the whole will now adjourn to a closed or executive session under the Texas Government Code, Section 551.072, and 551.074 of the Open Meeting Act as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in closed meeting, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in the open session portion of this meeting or in a subsequent public meeting upon notice thereof. The meeting is adjourned to closed session at
3:41 p.m.
Trustees of the Houston Community College
Excuse
System.
me, Madam Chair, can we close out the committee of the whole?
Oh, I'm so sorry, honey. I'm just messing up, huh?
Yes, we'll need to reconvene in the.
I put the paper up and everything. There we go. The meeting of the Committee of the Whole is, the open portion of the meeting of the Committee of the Whole of the Houston Community College System Board of Trustees reconvened at,
4:22 p.m.
the meeting of the Committee of the Whole is adjourned at,
4:22 p.m.
all right. Good afternoon again. This regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Houston Community College System will now come to order on November 15th, 2023 at
4:23 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purpose as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. At this time, I would like to ask that you share with me condolences for Dr. Kurt Ewan's family and Dr. Cesar Maldonado's family. We want to remember in our thoughts and prayers the family, HCC family, and friends of Dr. Kurt Ewing, Vice Chancellor of Strategic Planning and Institutional Effectiveness, who passed on November 4th, 2023. During his tenure, Dr. Ewing served as Chief of Staff and Vice Chancellor of Strategic Planning and Institutional Effectiveness. He was also a valued member of the Chancellor's Executive Council. A steadfast champion of community colleges, Dr. Ewing sought to improve the lives of students and others, including faculty and staff. His support of education evidenced in part by the Ewing Family Endowed Chairs for Teaching and Learning Excellence Awards, which he established, is a testament to his commitment to higher education. Dr. Ewing's dedication to Houston Community College is an inspiration to each of us. His demonstrated perseverance is a hallmark of his journey at HCC. His leadership is evident from the creation of the college's strategic plan, Embracing Houston's Future, Mosaic, and Me, and shepherding our institution through the COVID-19 pandemic. We will all indeed miss Dr. Ewing and extend our thoughts and prayers to his family. We will remember him with gratitude for his lasting impact on each of us in HCC. We also want to remember and offer condolences to Dr. Cesar Maldonado in the passing of his father, Mr. Correct me if I'm wrong, Salomon? All right, Salomon Maldonado passed peacefully at his home in Harlingen at the age of 96 on Monday, November 6, 2023. He was inspired by his faith to live a purposeful life and encouraged others to do the same. Let us continue to offer our thoughts and prayers to the Maldonado family and to Dr. Maldonado, as well as many friends of Mr. Maldonado. With that being said, I want to personally offer my personal condolences to both families and say that Dr. Ewing was a champion. He fought to the end, and I admire that. It's like he was determined to work for HCC until he couldn't anymore, and to me that's just commendable. And also, Dr. Maldonado would talk about his father all the time and their great relationship, and I admired that. And when I saw the picture, I was like, oh my God, he looks just like his dad. And he actually made some accomplishments, and he followed in his dad's footsteps. And what I realized is that he became the man he is because of who his father was, which to me is also something great. So again, from my heart, I just want to offer condolences, my personal condolences. And with that being said, at this time, I would like for you to join me in prayer and pledge. Dear God, we pray for our churches, our workplaces, our schools, and our communities. We ask for your help in being a light in every place you've given us to walk. Give us care and wisdom as we live and work with one another. Help us to look at the needs of others before we look at the needs of our own. Even in every dark and broken place, for the times we feel like we're barely making it through, give us your joy, Lord, your grace, and your powerful presence. We pray for all those in authority and for every leader of our nation and for every leader of this institution. We pray that they will be given wisdom and discernment as they lead. We pray that their hearts will be directed first to you, that they will recognize where their true help and strength come from. We ask that you guide us and you bring us together as one. Unite us, O Lord, so that we may work on behalf of this institution. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Now stand and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, liberty and justice for all. I pledge allegiance to one state, under God, one. We're now ready to approve the minutes from the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, Audit Committee, Board Governance Committee, Committee of the Whole, Marketing Committee, and special meetings on October 4th, 2023, and regular meeting on October 18th, 2023. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for October 2023?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved in second. Are there any corrections to the minutes? If there are no corrections, we are now ready to vote on the approval of the minutes for October 2023.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0-1 with one abstention.
We will now move to our awards, presentations, and recognitions. Todd DePlantis will introduce the awards, presentations, and recognition.
Good afternoon. We now invite members of the Society of Iranian American Women for Education to join the Chancellor's trustee, Karen Schmidt, and Dr. Parvin Bhagapur in front of the dais for recognition. Today, we're honored to recognize the Society of Iranian American Women for Education for their generous contribution of $25,000 in scholarships for HCC students. Thank you all for your continued support for our students here at HCC. Chancellor and trustees, you may now return to the dais. At this time, we now invite HCC Foundation President Karen Schmidt to the podium to provide remarks regarding the check presentations.
Thank you, Board of Trustees, Chair Cynthia Linton-Gary, trustees, and Interim Chancellor Ford Fisher. I'm honored to have the opportunity as HCC Foundation President to thank the Society of Iranian American Women for Education for its support for Houston Community College success. The Society has been a long-time supporter of HCC student scholarships and has recently given a gift of $25,000 to establish an endowment fund with the HCC Foundation to provide scholarships in perpetuity for HCC students. One of the Society of Iranian American Women for Education's key goals is to provide scholarships to qualified college students who otherwise would not have the financial means to achieve their educational and career dreams. Currently, the Society of American Women for Education offers scholarships at 11 Texas schools. The Society also aims to honor and preserve cultural traditions among Iranian youth families and the community through educational and cultural events to inspire learning, foster personal growth, and build community bridges. We are particularly grateful to retired HCC staff member Dr. Parvin Bagapour, president of the Society of Iranian American Women for Education, who is with us today to represent the Society and who has advocated for the creation of this HCC Foundation Endowed Scholarship Fund. I would now like to invite Dr. Bagapour to the podium to give brief remarks on behalf of the Society of Iranian Women for Education. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to present this scholarship to Houston Community College. Houston Community College actually is my second home. I worked for HCC about 30 years. And for the past 5 years, I retired, but I never forget about HCC. We always donated money to HCC to give it to students. About the society, I think she said it enough. I don't want to, tell you about society. We established 20 years ago. We are the nonprofit organization under the 501c3. And so far up to now, we gave about $1 million, close to $1 million scholarship to students. And thank you so much for the opportunity, and good to see everyone.
Thank you so much, Ms. Schmidt, and thank you to the Society of Iranian Women. Well, I'm sorry. At this time, we pause for recognition of Native American Heritage Month, which is celebrated from November 1st through November 30th.
Madam Chair, if I could, I just want to say before Dr. Bagapour, in case she leaves, I want to just say thank you on behalf of the board, how grateful
we are for your thoughtfulness and your 30 years of service to Houston Community College, and seemingly working harder in your 5 years of retirement to continue to do goodwill in our community, and thinking of HCC and loving us so much. So on behalf of the entire board, we greatly appreciate all that you and the lovely women of your society are doing to help so many here in the Houston community.
I ditto that, Dr. Flowers. I ditto that.
Thank you. Well said.
Thank you. Well said. At this time, we pause for recognition of Native American Heritage Month, which is celebrated from November 1st through November 30th. We welcome to the podium to provide the overview of the history and culture relating to Native American Heritage Month, Professor Kristen Schellenberg, Adjunct Anthropology Professor. Welcome.
Thank you for the invite. I want to first do a land acknowledgement. Oh, let me figure this out. Yeah, first do a land acknowledgement to the original inhabitants of this area, and that would be the Karankawa and the Atakapa tribes. In 1990, former President George Bush Sr. declared November to be Native American Heritage Month. Now, this is really important because natives are the oldest inhabitants of, the Americas, and they have made so many sacrifices. Unfortunately, the dominant myth is that Native Americans have disappeared and they no longer exist. However, there are actually 574 federally recognized tribes, and Houston has the 9th largest Native American population. So HCC is the largest community college in Texas, and so I think that it's important that we include natives in our conversations as well as in our classroom settings. Some of the myths and stereotypes that exist today are that natives are no longer here. Natives get free college, they don't pay taxes, they get money from the United States government. Indian mascots are very stereotypical. It just was Halloween, and we were dealing with, the Halloween costumes of Native people. So these are all concerns in Native country. So what are some things that we can do to dispel these myths, right? And education is vital, and interaction with Native people is vital. So we need to learn about and understand the history and the current culture, as well as the injustices that continue today. Native people across the world, indigenous people across the world, fight every day for basic rights, even the right to exist, right? The rights to keep our children, the rights to maintain our land, our traditions, our ways of life, our ceremonies. It would be beautiful if people learned more about Native communities, the beauty of Native spirituality, learning about our traditional stories, our traditional ways of life, and the current ways of life. Our ancestors live through us today. Native people have a different perspective and a different worldview, and it is an equally valid perspective. Education is key. So classes that focus on natives would be wonderful. Watching documentaries. We have documentaries written from Native perspectives now. There's a lot of websites and social media where you can get information about all different tribes today. We've got amazing books, magazines, articles, and supporting Native artists and Native organizations is very important. We need as many allies as we can possibly get in this day and age. So, other things we can learn about the myths that exist. Thanksgiving is a myth. Columbus Day is a myth. Pocahontas is a myth. Education is going to be the key. Again, all these different ways that we can educate. If you want to find some more information, I have some resources here. The Alabama Coushatta Reservation up in Livingston They have powwows every month. In June, they have their big intertribal annual powwow. Attending those things are supporting our Native communities. We have the Society of Native Nations, which I am a member of. This is based out of San Antonio, and the Society of Native Nations fights for the rights of Native people around the world. Any indigenous group can contact the society. We have a Native American Genocide Museum who will bring an exhibit to wherever you're asking them to bring it to. We now have an American Indian Center of Houston as of about 2 years. So we are very excited, and that's a way to look at that website and find all kinds of events and ways that you can be involved. And then we have the Gulf Coast Taipei Society, which also does powwows every other month, and they do an annual powwow in April. We have Native Voice One on 90.1 FM, and I think Alaska Daily is no longer there. So, one of the things that Native people will often say is, our existence is our resistance. Okay? Our existence shows our strength and our ability to continue against all of the efforts of genocide and ethnocide. We have not gone away, we have not vanished, and we have not disappeared. There is so much to learn from Indigenous people. From a different way of understanding nature and animals, to spiritual ways of healing, to ancestral traditions that honor the natural balance between men and women. Indigenous knowledge is sacred knowledge, and it can help heal the world. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Professor Schellenberg. Can we get a copy of this presentation maybe to the trustees? Sharon? Thank you. Thank you. That was an excellent presentation.
All right. International Men's Day will be celebrated worldwide on Sunday, November 19th, 2023, to recognize the positive value men bring to the world, their families, and communities, as well as to highlight positive role models and raise awareness of men's well-being. At this time, we welcome to the podium Nithi Sivantananthan, Director of International Student Services, to highlight International Men's Day.
Thank you, Todd. Greetings, Dr. Ford Fisher, trustees, presidents, vice chancellors, faculty, staff, students, friends who are present at this board meeting. I've been asked by Dr. Norma Perez to present this topic to all of you. The history of the International Men's Day. The International Men's Day is celebrated on November 19th around the world and was founded by Dr. Jerome Tilak Singh from Trinidad and Tobago. I just learned that this man founded from this country. And to engage, to learn, and to reflect several important topics related to man's well-being, gender, equality, health, and sexual struggles. IMD's mission is to ensure partnership with International Women's Day and to highlight positive men's experience. That is the reason why the International Men's Day was born. The objective of the International Men's Day is to focus on their health, the positive value they bring to our families, to our communities, and to our world. The theme for the 2023 year is to focus on zero male suicide. Together, we can stop male suicide. To stop male suicide, we need to highlight positive role models and raise awareness of men's well-being. For that, I'd like to share with you some video clips from our interim Vice Chancellor and from Dr. Mahanas Kolani, David Cross, and Angel Mettel about this topic.
Hello. As we celebrate International Men's Day on Sunday, November 19th, I would like to take a moment to recognize and honor the contributions that men make to our society and the world. International Men's Day celebrates worldwide the positive value men bring to the world, their families, and communities. We highlight and elevate positive role models and raise awareness of men's well-being. No college has more reason to celebrate International Men's Day than HCC. We are proud to be one of the most diverse cities in America. More than 100 languages are spoken here. Let us recognize and value those men who contribute in positive ways to our lives and community every day. Happy International Men's Day to all.
Suicide and suicide attempts are serious public health challenges. Suicide is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. These events can have lasting emotional, mental, and physical health impacts, as well as economic consequences. They can also impact people who struggle with their own risk of suicide and/or mental health challenges. Per CDC report, suicide rates increased 37% between 2000 and 2018, and decreased 5% between 2018 and 2020. However, rates nearly returned to their peak in 2021. The suicide rate among males in 2021 was approximately 4 times higher than the rate among females. Males make up 50% of the population, but nearly 80% of the suicides. Firearms are the most common methods used in suicides. Firearms are used in more than 50% of suicides. Youth and young adults ages 10 to 24 years account for 15% of all suicides. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for this age group. Strategies to reduce and prevent suicide should include creating protective environments, identifying people at risk, improving access and delivery of mental health services and suicide care, promoting healthy connections, and strengthening economic support.
International Men's Day, for me, is a reminder to be the best man, the best person that I can be, to find ways to help myself and others to be healthier, happier, and more productive. Globally, it's a reminder to all men, to all persons, to take better care of themselves and others, and to build relationships based on mutual respect.
For all the men who wake up in the mornings and go to work at nights to better our country and improve our society and everything we live in our daily basis, whether they're mental or physical issues, let's celebrate International Men's Day.
Well, you heard the message from the video clips. Here are some positive role models that we have across Houston Community College. Dr. Margaret Ford Fisher, Professor Chandra Mittal, Dr. Norma Perez, Professor Jose Gonzalez, Dr. Ravi Brahmabad, Mr. Muhammad Zaid Zohail, and Mr. Agabon Wanre Francis Sanofe. My friends, these are our role models, but if you see someone in your community, in our faculty, in our students, please acknowledge them and say thank you for what you're doing. That's the only way we can able to create real models and role models for all of us in this community. With that, I'd like to summarize these together. Friends, together you and I can join hands to create and affirm millions and millions of positive role models for our girls, boys, men, women, students, fathers, mothers, helping to stop one important thing, male suicide, and celebrating the importance man's contribution to our families and to our global community. November 19 is the day that has been celebrated around the world. Let's join hands to do that together. Thank you.
Thank you, Nithi, for the highlight. Madam Chair, this concludes the awards, presentations, and recognitions.
Thank you, Todd. We open the floor for trustees to provide information regarding activities in their respective districts, an overview from conferences or workshops attended, and or to recognize individuals for outstanding contributions in the community that promote education and community service. We ask that trustees limit their respective comments to no more than 4 minutes. Any of my fellow trustees?
I would like to go.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to speak. I wanted to give a recognition to Dr. Michael Edwards of the Northeast for attending the Acres Home Chamber of Commerce dinner and his team for representing us very well. And also I received a compliment from a senior citizen that's taking a class over at North Forest, and they said the teachers were very nice. They were taking a class, and so I wanted to acknowledge him for that.
Thank you, Dr. Ward Johnson. Any other? Dr. Flowers?
Yes. One, I didn't get a chance to speak on the Native American presentation. I really appreciate that. Dr. Ford Fisher, thank you so much. I don't recall having such a presentation since I've been here, so I appreciate it. I don't know if I'm just not remembering, but it means so much to acknowledge the original descendants of our land. And so thank you for that, and the importance of what's happening with men and suicide. And so the importance of checking on each other, and even when we say we're okay, and knowing what do those okays really mean, and checking on each other. And then finally, I like to recognize one of our Coleman students. It's Marin Jensen. She's a recipient of a $10,000 scholarship. It's a dental hygienist scholarship, and this is a national award from the Dr. Alexandria K. Lane Memorial Scholarship. So kudos and congratulations for the continued great leadership, Dr. Nicotera.
Thank you, Dr. Flowers. Any of my fellow trustees? Mr. Wilson, Trustee Wilson.
Thank you. I've had several constituents in my district ask about all the changes that have been going on at HCC and about all the positive comments and public press we've been getting. And he asked what my thoughts on that were, and there's a book that I read a long time ago by Eric Hoffer called The Ordeal of Change. And Eric Hoffer became blind at about the age of 4 or 5, and then when he was 15 years old, he regained his vision, and he missed all of his formal years of education, and he went on to get an education, and he ended up teaching in California at UCLA, Berkeley, where he was a professor. But one of the things he speaks about in his book was when he was 15 years old, since he didn't have an education, couldn't get a job, he was a farm worker. And he started out in Southern California, and he was picking peas, and he traveled north as the crop harvest, and he got up to San Francisco, and they ran out of a crop of peas. But from about January to June, he was a pea picker. And then in June, he had to transition, and he came back down to Southern California, and the string bean crop was ripe. And he had a real challenge the first day when he had been picking peas for 6 months and then changing to have to pick string beans. It was very traumatic for him the first day. And in that transition, he learned about the ordeal of change and about how people have a problem with change sometimes. But my final comment to the constituent was, we're not going to be pea pickers all our life over at HCC, and we're going to move ahead and start picking string beans.
Any other comments from any of my fellow trustees? Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth.
I'd like to take a moment to thank Dr. Siddiqui and his team for hosting our seniors at South Campus, who they are now our influencers. 91 seniors took class in the fall, and then they will continue to take classes in the spring with an expansion through several churches, including Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church. So I want to thank him for hosting my seniors, because they are the influences and they are the reason why South Campus thrives. I'd also like to thank Ashley Smith. Because of Ashley Smith, I was honored to meet with one of the board members for Star of Hope. Star of Hope is 2 city blocks from South Campus, and we had not actively pursued that group of people. They are the perfect candidates for our Case Trio program because they fit the population demographic explanation. I'd like to say that the director of programs, Michelle Alexander, is actually a member of my old neighborhood, and I grew up with her cousins. So she is well versed in Sunnyside, South Park, and Cloverland. She understands what the needs are of the region, and in particular the needs of the Star of Hope people. So I'm really grateful. Thank you, Ashley, because that door is now permanently open, and we expect to see great things. From what I understand, and Ashley can correct me, there are over 2,200 people on that compound that live there, but they can only stay 1 year. So our short-term credentials of value will prove to be extremely valuable to this population demographic. So I look forward to seeing the team work very hard to get all of those adults and some of the high school students engaged in HCC. I want to take one last moment to honor a particular person, give her honor and acknowledgement. Cherie Harris Fisher is a lifelong resident of Blue Ridge, which is in Sunnyside. And she was a vibrant, energetic, and charismatic woman, and she loved to help people, which led her to become very involved in politics. In 2017, she managed my political campaign, and no one knew her name. They only nicknamed her cousin. They did not know her name. So after my successful entry into this seat, she ran several other campaigns as an administrator and a manager, including both Congressional District 18 and Congressional District 9, and several city council seats. So I want to acknowledge her because we will be burying her on Saturday morning. And up until the time she became too ill to work, she was working in the mayoral campaign. And so I want to honor and acknowledge her because it's lifelong members in a community that keep a community strong, lifelong members in a community who are actively involved in politics, who speak the mind of the people. And so I would ask for prayers for our family as we bury our cousin, because she was truly precious to us, and we know how precious she was to many of the politicians here in the region. So I just want to say thank you and goodbye to Cherie Harris Fisher. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Vanderbilt-Stallworth. Any of my fellow trustees? Trustee Laredo?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to the Southeast Campus personnel for being out at all these community events. It seems like October and November, we've had so many events going on in the neighborhood. But so they were there, and I know that the North District also had activities in North Side. So I always said at the very beginning when I came on, I really need a helicopter to be able to go to all these events. They're so far apart, but they're all wonderful. So thank you, and again, keep on doing the great work and putting HCC's name out there. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laredo. Any other trustees with any comments? Okay, next, the board meeting schedule. Please note that all board meetings for December will all be held on Wednesday, December 6th. The following meetings are scheduled. Beginning at 2 p.m., the committee meetings, committee of the whole at 4 p.m., the board workshop at 4:30 p.m., and the regular meeting at 5 p.m. So there's only one meeting day next month. All meetings will be held at the HCC Administration Building, 3100 Main Street, second floor auditorium, and will be posted according to the Open Meetings Act requirements. This concludes the chairman's report. We will now hear from Dr. Ford Fisher with the chancellor's report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will begin my report by announcing that Houston Community College will be closed from Monday, November 20th to Sunday, November 26th, 2023, in observance of Thanksgiving. During this season of gratitude, I want to thank our students for pursuing their education with diligence. Thank you to faculty, staff, administrators, and to our esteemed Board of Trustees for your dedication and commitment to our students, our faculty, staff, and our institution. Thank you for all you do to help Houston Community College on its continued path of progress, and I hope that you have an enjoyable, safe, and restful Thanksgiving to all. So in the next slide, you see the data, the charts there that compare the year-to-date enrollment from fall 2023 with fall 2022 taken at the same point in the term. As of Tuesday, our total fall 2023 unduplicated enrollment is up 3%. In the next slide, Houston Community College's Office of Entrepreneurial Initiatives was notified on November 8th that one of our student teams is a finalist in a national competition hosted by the NASA Minority University Research and Education Project. The purpose of the competition is to develop new ideas for commercialization. I'm looking forward to hearing the results in December. The Office of Entrepreneurial Initiatives is not only making HCC the college of choice, but they are also investing in the community. We are currently offering the Small Business Success Series in Spanish to 52 participants at the Mexican Consulate. This work holds significant importance, and we are committed to continually identifying opportunities to address the needs of the community. So in the next slide, on November the 1st, I had the pleasure of providing opening remarks at the 2023 Texas Strong Texas Pathways Institute, hosted by the Texas Success Center. There were 506 participants with 47 colleges in attendance. I was joined by 23 members from our HCC team. Many of the team members also gave presentations at the conference. The Pathways Institutes bring colleges across Texas together twice a year to focus on critical aspects of institutional change and pathway design and implementation. Thank you to all who were able to attend. Let us continue our great work in focusing on pathways for our students. In slide 5, Houston Community College has been named a 2023 Star Award recipient by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. The Coordinating Board recognizes exceptional contributions toward achieving one or more of the goals of their strategic plan. This year's recognition goes to the Vocational Advancement and Skill Training Academy, VAST. VAST is a program that provides post-secondary transition programs and comprehensive support services which lead to meaningful credentials, employment, and independence for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. The VAST team will be recognized at the December board meeting and in Austin at the Coordinating Board Leadership Conference on December 12th. Congratulations to all, and thank you for the great work that you are doing. Ms. Maraska, Dr. Lewis, Dr. Perez, all of the faculty, staff, and members of our team. Thank you so very, very much. Now,
Madam Chancellor, I have to, if you'll allow me, I need to thank Southeast College for hosting the robotics program. It is a competition. How many schools were there? 300 students. I have to say thank you, Dr. Villagrán Glover, because this is a competition that happens every month, and she is committed to that happening at Southeast. So I just want to say thank you for that. It is amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very, very much. Ditto. It is time for a moment of appreciation as we listen to the United News Student Council report, the Faculty Senate report, the Staff Senate report, and the Credential of Value report. We will now hear from our Student Council Representative, Igor Lucy. Mr. Lucy.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Madam Chair, trustees, Chancellor Madam Ford Fisher, respected faculty and staff. I'm always excited to meet with all of you here today and to share what me and my fellow officers have accomplished for the month of November. Today I'll be speaking on the final agenda items: our driver safety course, our welcoming video, the American Student Government Association Dallas trip, our professional picture day, as well as our financial literacy event. For my first order of business, I wanted to discuss the driver safety course held on October 24th, 2023. I'm pleased to announce that our first ever event was a great success with my United Student Council. My fellow officers and I were able to engage directly with the students and to really see the impact that we had with them. We relayed information from the Texas Department of Transportation, tested what they learned with the game of Kahoot, and even gave them special goggles to simulate the effects of being impaired by alcohol and marijuana. It is safe to say that I believe that we did our job well. Now for my next order of business, I quickly wanted to touch on the welcome video. I know I talked about it the last time I was here, but because of a technical issue, we couldn't play it. I'm excited to display the newest version of that video. Before we watch it, I just quickly wanted to thank Sade Campbell and Jasmine Knowles from the Student Services Department, as well as Benjamin and Carlos from HCC TV. I know I could not have made a video without their guidance, direction, or technical experience. That being said, I hope you enjoy it. Hey there, Eagles. My name is Igor Lucic, and I'm proud to serve as president of United Student Council here at HCC. First off, I want to say congrats on making the decision to join us here at Houston Community College. Now, I get that starting school can be a little overwhelming. After all, you're adjusting to a new schedule and new responsibilities. Trust me, HCC isn't just about earning your associate's degree or your certificate. It's a place where friends are gained, dreams are nurtured, and your journey to success begins. But remember that HCC always has your back, with resources like the Eagle Market, counseling, financial services, both academic as well as career advisement. Our faculty and staff are always here to help you on your journey. But if you want to know the secret to having an amazing college experience, it's getting involved. We have a lot of great clubs here on campus. Join one or even a few. It'll highlight your college experience into something incredible. And don't forget to connect with local student government leaders from United Student Council and Student Government Association, like myself. We're not only here to serve as your voice as a student, but to also help make a difference and elevate your experience here at HCC. Learn from some of the best faculty, gain skills outside the classroom, and connect with the support you need to reach your goals. Whether it's landing your dream job, getting a higher income, or a path to a four-year university. This is your moment. Welcome to HCC, Eagles, where I hope you find your wings and soar.
You're hired. He's hired, Chancellor.
I agree. And thank you for staying with it, because I was disappointed when it didn't play. So I am so grateful that you were able to present this today. Thank you.
I'm grateful as well. Thank you so much.
We're all going to hire you, right?
That was good.
Now concluding to my next point, the SGA trip to Dallas was a huge success. The knowledge that we gained there was truly invaluable, as well as being able to connect with students from Amarillo all the way down to Brownsville. I think the biggest highlight was for me was within breakout sessions. I really learned a lot about marketing strategies with connecting our student government message with the student populations that attend our school. For my next point, I'd like to talk about the Central Student Government Association event, Professional Picture Day, held Tuesday, November 7th. We forged a partnership with the local startup Studio Pods right here in Houston. They provide professional headshots for our students. I believe this is an extremely useful event that prepared our students for the real world ahead and to allow them to put their best foot forward. I was excited to see that even our campus president, Dr. Siddiqui, could even come to our booth and take his pictures. For my final point, I wanted to finish with our last event of the year, our financial literacy event. It will be held at the Central Campus on the 29th of November, and we are excited to host Mrs. Janice Wheelwright Griffin, the financial coach for Northeast, to help guide our students on building a successful budget, the importance of compound interest, and steps on saving for retirement. Again, I am beyond honored for the opportunity to stand before you all to deliver this report to you. Being president of the United Student Council has been an exciting challenge, and I look forward to the impact that me and my team have yet to bring to the table all around Houston. I wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. That concludes the United Student Council November report. Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, and Chancellor Ford Fisher. We thank you for your all continued support and for inspiring us to become better leaders every day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Igor Luti. Excellent report. Thank you. At this time, I would like to invite Faculty Senate President Dr. Dejan Grigsby to the podium to present the faculty report. Dr. Grigsby.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Chancellor, trustees, esteemed faculty and staff, and all community guests. Ladies and gentlemen, today is National Education Support Professionals Day in honor of those who support educators, school leadership, and the students. Sounds like most of us here in this room, so today is a day for all of us. Excuse me. Veterans Day was celebrated last week on Friday here at West Loop Campus in a celebration to honor our colleagues that have served our country. It was amazing to see and gave testament to the service among our HCC faculty and staff. If you are a veteran in the room, thank you for your service. The Faculty Teacher Excellence Award winners this year are Michael Ramey from History, Wendy Wood from English, and Donald Parker from Biology. Is Dr. Parker still in the room? I know he had to go to evening class. He is still here. Michael Ramey from History is involved in his department leadership elections, and so he could not make it, and Wendy Wood was unable to also confirm. But the identified excellence in this award is that the nominations all came from students. There were 953 student nominations and 526 faculty ultimately nominated, an astounding number. This is an amazing testament to our faculty and their positive impacts on the pathways of students. And where did we receive the news of these accolades? At the annual Bedichek Orman auction held on November 3rd. Truly a testament to faculty helping faculty, as the proceeds of the event fund professional development opportunities for adjuncts and assist faculty in emergencies through the Miller-Alper Emergency Fund. Thank you, Trustee Glazer, Chancellor, and the Chancellor's Executive Council, and all others for attending. Our total revenue so far is more than $70,000 to include cash and in-kind donations. Thank you very much, because much of our support was realized by the people in this very room. And I'm here to extend the gratitude of the entire faculty group. You donated to us, you bid on various items, and importantly, you attended. You were present, and thank you. And thank you to the Chancellor for her donation, a meal with her for two, that realized the highest bid won by our Senior Vice Chancellor, Marshall Hines. Thanks to you both. This truly goes a long way in directly supporting our faculty. And it would not have been as successful without the direct logistics support of the foundation team. Thank you guys too so much. As you may know, the faculty course production studios are now open for business, and they are already in demand. Faculty can be seen collaborating therein and are using the studio rooms to enhance their classes. Thank you for this investment. And the future is bright for all faculty collaborations. For instance, we're looking forward to increasing direct collaboration between instructional services and student services for better integration and support of our students. And of course, collaborations among faculty in support of our retention goals in dedication to completions and attainment of credentials of value. and to echo the sentiment already shared here this evening, to continue our good faculty work in recognition of the strengths of the diverse populations that we continue to serve. Collaboration, too, was actually in the design of the good work realized at the Texas Pathways Institute 2 weeks ago, where faculty and other administrators together gathered across tables to discuss how best to map tracks to student success to be serviceable to any of our student populations. Collaborations, too, were on display between faculty and Houston professionals at the STEM event at Central College, which was held on November 8th, with direct support from Dr. Siddiqui and his team. Thank you so much. We saw more than 200 students attend the STEM Day event at Central College, and the energy was palpable in the rooms where the speakers were directing their comments to the students and inspiring them in their career pathways. And a timely energy infusion, too. This time of year represents the endurance stretch of the academic year, but I can report that we made it. Next week, marked by Thanksgiving, I find myself to be so thankful for the work we're able to dedicate ourselves to here at this institution in service to the communities and futures of all of Houston. Enjoy your breaks and your loved ones. See you in December, and I guess it will be December 6th. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Grigsby. Thank you so very much for your report. I would now like to invite Staff Senate President Aaron Henry to the podium to present the Staff Senate report. Mr. Henry.
Good evening, trustees and our chancellor and all that are assembled today. I am honored to present our monthly report to the Houston Community College Board of Trustees on behalf of our staff. Our collective dedication to progress and unity has been at the forefront of our efforts, and I'm pleased to share the positive strides we have made thus far. The Senate is currently made up of 35 senators, and we're actively engaged in the work of building out the Senate while also collaborating with our chancellor and other leaders across the system. Collaboration is vital, and the progress that has been made is yielding great enthusiasm from among our staff. An HCC for all students, all faculty, all staff, all stakeholders. The Staff Senate has held 3 meetings so far, with the attendance growing at each of our meetings. At our September meeting, we had 45 staff members present. October, we had 90. And our last meeting, on November the 10th, we had 150 staff members present. Through the work of the Senate, we are committed to engaging in collaborative initiatives, professional development, student engagement, and student success. We're actively working to foster collaboration among staff, the departments, and the district administration to ensure a cohesive and supportive work environment is realized for all. By encouraging open communication, we aim to strengthen our sense of unity. Professional development is vital to employee success, which leads to student success. Student engagement, our focus on student engagement remains unwavering. Through efforts, we will work with all of our staff and our institution stakeholders to engage and support in every effort to work and support the mission and expectations set forth by the board to ensure HCC is the college of choice. The new funding model creates a unique new reality for us, but we as staff members are committed to ensuring all of our students and all of our communities are supported and are successful. We are working to enhance the overall student experience, ensuring that every student feels supported and connected here at the college. Looking ahead, our commitment to moving forward together is steadfast. By fostering a culture of collaboration, investing in professional development, and prioritizing student success, we aim to elevate Houston Community College to new heights with the support of our chancellor and the administration and the board. Happy Thanksgiving to all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Henry. Now, at this time, I would like to invite Dr. Norma Perez to the podium to highlight a student success story that focuses on our credentials of value. As a reminder, credentials of value is key to House Bill 8, which is a new outcomes-based model to fund community colleges in Texas based upon student outcomes and achieving certificates, degrees, and industry certifications of value. Dr. Perez.
Thank you, Chancellor, Board of Trustees, and individuals attending this afternoon. Since we received the the Star Award for the VASS Academy program, I decided to select a VASS graduate. So the honoree today is Tiffany Grady. She's from Houston, and as I indicated, she graduated from the VASS program. After she graduated, she went on to earn a certificate of completion in child development, early childhood. She then continued her education by earning an Associate of Applied degree in child development. She graduated with a 3.0 GPA. After she did that, she continued to take academic courses. She hopes to complete a bachelor's degree and earn a teaching credential to become a kindergarten teacher. She served as a student presenter at the 2021 VASS graduation, and she's appeared on some of our HCC billboards. Tiffany has continued to work with the VASS staff as a proud alum, promoting the benefits of VASS and also presenting at conferences. Here is a short video on Tiffany Grady.
The VASS Academy really did help me at this point. I really enjoyed it because they took the time to do that one-on-one with me, which I really didn't get a lot of when I was in high school. So being in this program has really helped my confidence. It's helped me to believe that I can do more than what is told for me at my learning disability. So VASS Academy was really enjoyment in doing that and helping me get to that level of reading in 2 years. I graduated from the VASS program, and from that it just really bloomed onto something greater because I actually got the confidence to want to go into teaching, which was teaching in early childhood and teaching with kids because I wanted to teach kids that were like me, and I thought what better way is to just go to school so that you can learn how to be that as well. From that time, I have now got my associates in early childhood, child development, and now succeeding to another degree into being a kindergarten teacher so that I can also do it for the little ones as well. In 2018, I actually was on the billboard for HCC as their success student, as a VASS student, so that was something that was really an accomplishment. I felt honored to be chosen as the speaker for VASS Academy as one of their alumni. I love doing it because it was something that I can get out to the other students who may not feel as confident or feel like they can be that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Perez, and to all of the presenters and to our VASS student. Really appreciate all of what you do, and thank you to our board for giving us this opportunity. Madam Chair, this now concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Madam Chair, I just want to interrupt for a second and address the Chancellor. There's a reason our VASS Academy is getting an award. And I want to take folks, I want to segue that into a situation. I don't know if you know about House Bill 8. House Bill 8 is historic. Many of you probably know different parts about it. I was working on it from the onset, and it dynamically changes the way that we're funded. As many of you know, we were funded by activity. Now we're going to be shifting funding towards outcomes. One of the things that we did get in that, I know a lot of folks weren't thrilled about that, but one of the things we did get in this bill that we didn't have before was that we did get special weighting for students that we didn't have before. We had special weighting for students. Now we have special weights for students that are academically disadvantaged and economically disadvantaged. What we didn't get that I pushed for is extra weighting for folks that qualify for our VASS Academy. And I think it's an important mission of this institution and all the institutions in the state. And I think that the House Bill 8 and the enactment of it should reflect that so that we are rewarded and enticed to continue this work. And I ask that the administration work with fellow administrations in pushing this at the state level to see if we can make a move in the funding model for the upcoming community college statewide, and that we can get students that qualify for these type of programs that we get additional funding, that we're incentivized to move forward with these programs and work with other community colleges around the state. There's often programs in K through 12 field that deal with this. But at that point, when you finish at 12, there's nothing. There's no preference. And we have a great program. We're very fortunate that we've been funded it. We're fortunate that the board here funds it through our budget process. We're very fortunate with the administration, the faculty and staff that have enthusiastically and done a wonderful job that's been reflected in the awards we've won over the years. And I hope that we can move this forward as an agenda item going forward with the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Glazer. Trustee Flowers?
Thank you. I wanted to also highlight the VAST program as well and that wonderful award. And I want to say that, where Trustee Wilson started out with the peas, the string beans, I think we're moving forward to sweet potatoes. So the awesome welcome video, the 3% increase with enrollment, the great awards, Dr. Parker, who was here, and I think he also received an associate chair position today as well. So there's just so much to celebrate here, and so kudos to everyone for your dynamic leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Flowers. Any other comments from my fellow trustees? If not, we'll continue with the hearing of citizens. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the application for hearing 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. Time allotted to each citizen or organization shall be limited to 4 minutes. The board may stop any speaker who makes complaints against a specific trustee or employee or comments about the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a specific employee, and may require the speaker to resume his or her comments in closed session as permitted under the personnel exception to the Open Meetings Act. The following have signed up to appear before the board in open session: Dr. Candace Matthews. Is Dr. Candace Matthews here? If not, we appreciate, now we'll move on to the approval of the consent agenda. Are there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda and set aside for discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Now that it's been moved and seconded, we're ready to vote on the consent agenda. Voting is now open. Board members, please cast your vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
We have several incredible donations on the consent agenda, and we would just like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation to each of the donors for their generous contributions made to the HCC Foundation on behalf of HCC. Thank you so much. Topics for discussion and or action. We're going to switch the order of these items a little bit to try to get a lot of you all home a little bit quicker. We're going to start with item G, if it's okay with the Chancellor. Lena and, yes, I know, I'm going to try to get the language that I need to say. G, sorry. Is there a motion to approve item G, Lena and Michael Sabuni named facilities recognition for remuneration?
So moved. Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. At this time, I seek your approval for the naming of the lecture hall at the Coleman College of Health Sciences. At this time, I would like to invite Dr. Philip Nicotero, who is at the podium, Coleman College President, to the podium to provide an overview of the item. Dr. Nicotero.
Thank you, Dr. Ford Fisher. I was trying to be expedient by getting her quick. Madam Chair, members of the board, Chancellor, I bring forward for your consideration a proposal for the naming of the lecture hall at the Coleman Tower. So what you'll see here is the signage that is proposed. And so there are two entrances to the lecture hall, and that's what the signage would look like. Lena and Michael Saboni Lecture Hall, both of them say the same thing. I'll move on. Just to kind of refresh your memory, this is what our lecture hall looks like. It holds about 128. We use it for large classes as well as special events. This is, just quickly here, I'll go to the second bullet. It's a $75,000 endowment paid in 3 payments, $25,000 now, and then 2 scheduled payments in 2024 and 2025. And so rather than me read their bios, I've known them for many years, and they are tremendous supporters of HCC, often introducing us to members of the community for partnerships and for potential donors. But I'd like to recognize, for them this is very important, and they're here tonight, so I'd like to recognize Michael and Lena Saboni. So here is some of the information about installation, which will be is paid through the donation. Maintenance costs are just general maintenance costs already built within the building, and then we have our agreements with them through the foundation. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Nicotera. Any questions from any of my fellow trustees?
Comment.
Dr. Flowers?
I just want to say thank you to the Sabonis. They are awesome members of the HCC family and community. They've given so much to not just Coleman College, but to this entire institution. I thank you for all that you do for the foundation and just across the Houston community at large. We appreciate you. And the lecture hall is going to be that much more dynamic with your names adorned there. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
If I may as well, I have known Lena since before I was an HCC trustee, and this couple is just amazing. I will never, ever, ever forget what she once told me. My father's an architect, so architecture is close to my heart. And she said, I don't want to design prisons. I want to design educational institutions. And that I think about all the time. Whenever I hear your name, that's what I think about. And I am just so incredibly grateful. We're all so very grateful for this gift. So thank you.
Thank you to both of you. This is exciting. Great people, and just honored that our lecture hall will have their names on it. They're just amazing. So thank you.
Well, on behalf of Michael and Lena, thank you all for the nice comments.
Trustee Loretta?
I just want to say also thank you. I've been able to work with them many years. And so, yeah, they're very giving, always ready to help the community and HCC. So thank you.
Trustee Vanderpool.
I think we do have to mention that they have spent many years at the HCC Foundation. So they have spent a lot of their time. Volunteer time is still time. It's opportunity time. So you all have brought in a lot of money and a lot of recognition for the college. So I have to say that and thank you for that, because this is what we're about, but you don't have to do this, and you do anyway. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for your commitment to HCC.
Any other comments? If not, we will now vote on item G, Lena and Michael Sabuni, named facilities recognition for remuneration. Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Okay, and just so everybody knows, we're going to move items A, B, and C to the bottom of the agenda because it requires a closed session discussion. And so we're going to continue with item D now, if it's okay with our chancellor. HVAC replacements at Spring Branch campus. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and of course, I would like to also congratulate the facilities and to thank them very much for their contribution. We really do appreciate it. Thank you. And so with this item, Madam Chair, I'd like to thank you, the trustees as well. We are seeking authorization to execute a contract with Sphere Superior Services, LLC, the lowest responsible bidder meeting specifications for replacement of the HVAC at Spring Branch campus in accordance with IFB 23-67. Senior Vice Chancellor Marshall Hines prepared to answer any questions the trustees may have on this item. Please come to the podium. Thank you.
Any questions from any of my fellow trustees? If not, we will now vote on item D, if it's okay with you, Chancellor. Item D, HVAC replacement at Spring Branch campus. Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you, Sharon. Is there a motion to approve item E, ratify approval letter of nomination supporting appointment to Association of Community College Trustees, ACCT 2024 appointed committees?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the item? Seeing none, we will now vote on item E, ratify approval of letter of nomination supporting appointment to Association of Community College Trustees, 2024 appointed committee. Voting is now open. Board members, please cast your vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to Trustee Ward Johnson and Trustee Linton Gary for their appointments. Is there a motion to approve item F, proposed TPIA non-business day resolution?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, trustees. The administration is seeking your review and approval of the proposed TPIA non-business day resolution. At this time, I would like to invite Dr. Ashley Smith, General Counsel, and Board Counsel Melissa Mahalik to the podium to present the item. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Madam Chair, trustees, Chancellor. We present to you tonight a presentation related to changes in the legislative directive related to TPIAs, Texas Public Information Act. In the last legislative session, the legislature addressed the issue of what business days are appropriate for consideration of when the institutions are responsible for responding to Texas Public Information Act requests. As a Texas agency, HCC is responsible for responding under the TPIA Act, and as a result of the legislation, we're presenting to you today the impact on how our calendar will be affected and how we will deal with the proposed changes in the TPIA. I'm going to ask Lucy Tredenick to explain to you what considerations we had, what proposals we have for you, and Mr. Corey Rush, outside counsel, has been giving us direction on that. He will be happy to help us answer any questions you might have. May I ask Lucy Tredenick, please?
Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, Ashley. Good evening, trustees. So prior to a recent change in the law, a business day under the Texas Public Information Act was any day that the organization was actually open for business. As a part of recent legislative changes to the Texas Public Information Act, governmental entities are limited to designating 10 non-business days in each calendar year for the purposes of compliance with the Act, in addition to national and state holidays that are already named in the Texas Government Code. Because of these new limitations, the administration is asking the board to designate by resolution as non-business days the days that are included in this resolution. We've also included with the item visual calendars for your review that illustrate the days that are already designated by statute as national or state holidays, in addition to the days that HCC proposes be designated as non-business days. The way we've structured the calendar, we can assure that the college responds to all TPIA requests as required. Passing this resolution would allow HCC to remain compliant with both state directives and public information laws and meet the obligations to the public and to our employees. In addition to myself and Melissa Mahalik, as Ashley said, we have outside counsel Corey Rush, who can answer any questions that you might have. As Ashley advised you, Mr. Rush also advises HCC and other educational entities who are addressing compliance with this new law. We would invite your questions at this time.
Ashley, may I ask what firm Mr. Rush is, just for conflict purposes? What firm he's with?
His firm is Spalding, Nichols, and Lamp.
Okay, got it. Any questions from any of my fellow trustees?
I do.
Trustee Vanderbilt
So
Stallworth.
let me make sure I understand, because I'm looking at the calendar. So November 20, instead of it being the 24th of November, because the 23rd is Thanksgiving, right? We're now doing the 3 additional days prior to the Thursday. So Thanksgiving would be 1 week rather than 1 day or 2 days.
So right now, the college is closed for business the week of Thanksgiving, as the Chancellor earlier stated, from November 20th through the 24th, designating the 3 days that we're closed for business, in addition to Thanksgiving Day, which, as you noted, is a national holiday, and the day after Thanksgiving, which is a state holiday, would keep us in compliance with the law while meeting the obligation to our employees who will be using their scheduled break time.
Okay. So I just need to make sure that I thought that's what we always did, but now since the state is declaring non-business days, we have to do this.
Yes, trustee.
So this is just suggestion to align days that the state is giving us as an opportunity to align with days that the college is already closed to make it easier for college employees.
That's correct. It will allow us to be responsive to TPIA requests. We are asking that the board designate the days that the college is already closed for business as non-business days under the TPIA, so that it will be clear to all the world that those are the non-business days, that the college will not be responding to TPIA requests on those days.
Right, so this adds 10 additional days to the calendar that the school does not need to put on the timeline for being responsible for TPIAs.
Madam Chair, if I might.
Of course.
Trustee Glazer, I think the concern of the legislature was to make sure that there was a responsible period of time that governmental agencies were available to respond to the TPI request. So I see this actually as a limitation. They're saying you can't have more than a certain number of days, and otherwise you are, as a governmental agency, responsible to respond to the TPI request. So I really see it as a reverse, that it's a limitation on the number of days that you can have non-business days and not be responsive to the public.
Thank you. So looking at the calendar that you provided to me, I see all the days that are already listed as allowable that don't count towards the time clock for being responded. So we're adding 10 more. The state is allowing us to add 10 more days to the existing calendar we already have that where all these days marked don't count towards the timeline when someone makes a request.
I think so. It's one way to express it, but what it does is makes us responsible for days that are beyond those 10 days so that we have a system in place to respond to TPI requests that aren't authorized by the statute.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Trustee Wilson?
Are Saturday and Sundays exempt? Okay.
Saturdays and Sundays are not business days. They have not been business days before. There's no change in that.
And there's about 20, I just counted on the 24, counted about 22 days that are holidays. It's not responsive.
So if I can clarify one point, so the statute does designate state and national holidays by statute. However, if the college is open for business on those state or national statutory holidays, we still are required then to respond to TPIA requests. So there are there are several of the holidays that are state or national holidays that we don't take as a day that we are closed. For instance, Lyndon Baines Johnson Day is not a day that the college has historically been closed. Because the college is open for business, we will be responding to TPIA requests on those days. So it's only the days that are statutorily designated as state or national holidays where the college is actually closed that are days that we are not responding to TPIA requests. So we're asking within the limitations of the change in the law that we designate these other days that the college is actually closed so that those are also days that we're not responding to TPIA requests.
So by adding 10 more days, we're not responsive. That means we're less. There's less days, or I don't. There's about 100 weekend days, and there's 22 holidays, and now you're asking for 10 more days. That's 132 days out of a year that you don't have, that the clock isn't running for being responsive in that 10-day. We might be splitting hairs or whatever, but the issue I really have is how this looks to the public, like we're adding 10 more days, we don't have to respond to them. And I think the image we give to the public is the issue in my mind and what's going to control my vote.
Did somebody want to respond? Or?
Do you want me to respond?
Trustees, that's an excellent point. The Texas Public Information Act is a sunshine law, right? It is about transparency. That is the entire point of the statute, is to have government operate in the sunlight, because the only thing that kills mold is what? It's sunshine, right? So we want to be productive and responsive in TPIA requests. What this statute does is actually the opposite of what was just stated, because in the past, a college like HCC or many other in the state that take a very long winter break, for example, from mid-December until about the 19th or 20th of January normally, we could call all of those days, basically that entire month, non-business days, because we'd be operating as a skeleton crew until our faculty got back and things like that, but maybe even until students got back. So what this statute does is says, no more of that. You can take 10 total days in your entire calendar year and designate them as non-business days, so long as those are not already state or federal holidays that you're already closed. So this is actually significantly limiting down the days at which a college can be, and non-response is not even the right word. It's just that doesn't count toward the calendar by which we have to produce documents. That's all this statute does.
So you're saying, for example, we could take the 5 days of spring break because nobody was here, those weeks before December. That used to be what we do. And the state is saying, no, you can only designate 10 of those days.
Absolutely.
So it is limiting the number of days. It's doing the opposite of what you mentioned.
Absolutely.
So did you have an additional question, Trustee Wilson?
Just a comment. So we may take 20 days for those days before and after Christmas and spring break. And so now this is, if we did take 20, it's now limiting us to 10.
Yes, sir, to the 10 total we have and however many we devote to that particular break. Yes, so it may be 2 days that we're devoting to that particular break, just depending on how the calendar looks.
But we probably shouldn't take those 20 other days in my mind.
Any other questions from Trustee Wilson? I'm sorry, Trustee Glazer.
Your response, I guess, brings me to a question. How many days are we taking before the statute, and how many days are we going to be taking now? Is there an actual reduction?
For sure.
Well, I don't know for sure. That's why I'm asking.
In terms of our holiday schedule,
No, in terms of days we were exempted from responding to TPIA in, say, in previous calendar years. How many days was that, and how many days will it be now?
so previously, it was every day we were actually closed for business, which, if my colleagues can confirm, should be about 27 days. Now we are limited to those 10 days that we designate, plus the state and national holidays designated by statute. If you'll notice on the visual calendar, that doesn't cover all the days we're closed. So in the calendar year for 2024, for instance, the college is already planning to be closed for spring break, March 11th through 15th. If you'll notice on the visual representation we made for you, we're asking that you resolve to designate as non-business days March 11th, 12th, and 13th. That means that on the 14th and 15th, which are still a part of our official spring break, we will be responding to TPIA requests. So
Thank you, but
it is limited.
I appreciate that. My question is, as your colleague mentioned, that this is a sunshine law to put more sunshine. I just want to compare on an apples to apples. How many days were we exempt from being responsive prior to this? Are we actually going down in days? Is there a definitive? I hear about the calendars and days open, but I don't hear about how many days we were non-responsive to how many days we are. Can we tell the taxpayers, yes, we are more responsive now than we were?
Yes, we can get the exact numbers for you later, but yes, there is a reduction.
I'd like those numbers. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And that's what you were estimating the 27 to 10 was, right?
So
it was 27, but now it's 10.
Right, so now it's 10 plus, I think, about 5 statutory days.
Right.
So I think it goes from a 27 to about 15.
Okay.
But I want to
got it.
confirm that before I attest that is in fact those are the firm numbers. I want to
Okay.
make sure we get those for you. But yes, it is going from 27, all the days that we were actually in fact closed, to now those days that are designated by statute
Got it.
and/or resolved by the board to be non-business days.
Got it. Trustee Flowers? Oh, okay. I rarely do that, so thank you. Any other questions from my fellow trustees?
Thank you.
If not, we'll now vote on item F, proposed TPIA non-business days resolution. Voting is now open.
Thank you, Board.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Okay. I'm trying to get us through. Yes, Trustee Wilson. Do we need to vote on the 10 days or the calendar every year?
Yes, though now you're covered for 2023 and 2024.
Okay.
So we anticipate bringing a calendar for 2025 to you sometime in 2024.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, trustees.
Thank you so much. Now move on to item H. Is there a motion to approve item H, personnel agenda faculty?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, trustees. This item is being brought forward to seek approval of November 2023 faculty contracts. And if you have any questions, I will ask Dr. Anderson to come to the podium and respond. Dr. Anderson.
Are there any questions from any of my fellow trustees? Seeing none, we will now vote on item H. Sorry. We will now vote on item H, personnel agenda faculty. Voting is now open. Board members, please cast your ballot.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you, Sharon. Is there a motion to approve item I, approval of resolution casting a vote for Harris County Central Appraisal District Board of Directors?
So moved.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, Trustees. We seek your approval of a resolution casting a vote for a candidate for the Harris Central Appraisal District Board of Directors. I invite Senior Vice Chancellor Hines to the podium to provide an overview of the item and to respond to questions. Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Chancellor, Trustees. Last meeting, we talked about nominating a candidate from HCC to represent us at Harris County Appraisal District. In your package, you have two documents. One is a certification of ballot for Board of Directors at Harris County Central District, and then we need to fill that out, and then you have a choice of voting for Bruce A. Austin or Martina Lamont Dixon. And behind that, once that is completed, you have actually a resolution that the board has to sign out and the chair must sign. And this will then be delivered to Harris County Appraisal District for our vote.
Marshall, who's Miss Dixon? Like, what's her position? Is she a trustee somewhere or something?
She was nominated by the board. I don't know anything about her.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I forgot. Us.
She's double ISD, isn't she a trustee there?
Did somebody here nominate her?
She was probably nominated by another community college, but
Okay.
not by this.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Trustee
I
Gleason.
just want to clarify this process. There's two names here. The board didn't bring these names forward. Was it individual trustees that brought them forward?
The board did have that discussion.
We did
With,
have a
with the
vote.
second person as well?
No, not with the second person.
Well, then how did that name get here?
Because our vote only counts for one vote out of multiple junior colleges. So we only get, a portion, a fractional vote. And these were the ones that were sent to us by Harris County Appraisal District. They got enough votes to make it to this.
Okay, these names are coming back to us from...
Yes,
the- Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
So Melissa, is it a motion to approve one person and then that passes or fails, or how does that work?
That's correct.
Okay. Does someone want to move to approve one of these two people? Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion, my fellow trustees? I think we all know who he is. If not, I think we're ready to vote on the nomination of Bruce Austin as our representative for the Harris County Appraisal District Board of Directors.
That's correct.
Did I say it right? Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. So we're ready to vote.
Yes, I think I am. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6 in favor, 1 opposing, and 1 abstaining.
Thank you, Sharon. So now, I believe we move to approve the resolution, right, Melissa? Since we moved to appoint Bruce, then do we move to approve the resolution?
Yes, the last page is, Board of
Yes.
Council can answer.
Yes. So we have a separate vote on the approval of the resolution? So does it need to be moved and seconded again?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the resolution casting a vote for Harris County Appraisal District Board of Directors?
Second.
Any discussion on the item of appointing Bruce Austin? If not, We will vote on item I, approval of resolution casting a vote for Harris County Appraisal District Board of Directors.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6 in favor, 1 opposing, and 1 abstaining.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Marshall. We will now move to item J, report on capital improvements program. I'm going to ask if we have unanimous consent to accept the report and address any questions that any trustees have. Any objections? If not, do any of my fellow trustees have any questions on the capital improvement program?
Can they send us pictures of each of the digital access labs? The online teaching studios from each of
Counselor?
the college, each of the locations? So
Certainly.
that we can see them at every location?
Absolutely, we can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
That's it.
We'll get that done.
Any other questions from any of my fellow trustees? Seeing none, it was a report item, so no vote is necessary. So I believe we're going to go to closed session now. Is that okay? The board will now adjourn to a closed or executive session under the Texas Government Code, sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and/or 551.076 of the Open Meetings Act, as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final vote or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in closed session, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in the open meeting or a subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. This meeting is hereby adjourned to executive session at
6:04 p.m.
Thank you, Sharon. Meeting of the Board of Trustees of Houston Community College System is now reconvened at
7:41 PM.
Oh. That was me. Is there a motion, with regard to item L, right? Review of level 4 complaint employee 2?
L. Oh.
It's L.
So move.
Are there any motions?
I'd like to make a motion
Trustee
to
Flowers?
modify. Oh, we're at the motion. Oh, so moved.
Move to remand. Yeah.
I moved to
First.
Oh, yes, I moved to remand. Oh, yeah, I was going with the first part. Okay. Thank you. So I move that we remand for further consideration item L.
Second.
Any discussion from any of my fellow trustees? If not, we're ready to vote on the item.
Can you repeat the motion for me, please?
Yes, the motion is to remand for further consideration item L.
And the second?
I second.
One second, I'm putting the motion in. Okay. We're ready to vote?
Yes.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor and 1 opposing.
Thank you, Sharon. Okay. Is there a motion to approve item B, workforce building project?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't see Dr. Villagrán Glover, but what we'd like to do is to move for the board to consider approving the needs assessment for the workforce facility proposal for this.
Is there any way we can get her here to?
I'm sorry.
Oh, we're Mel's
Okay.
checking.
Okay, very good.
I'd just like her on the record to talk to that, as well as you, obviously, Chancellor. Dr. Ford Fisher, if you could, do you want to talk to this when she gets here? Or she's already here? Okay.
Very good.
Madam Chair, you're taking these items out of order now?
Yes.
All right.
I guess, Dr. Ford Fisher, if you could talk to us about this, and then when she gets here, she can add add to that. It's all I wanted.
Okay,
Just for
Madam
her
Chair,
to
is item B contingent on item A?
I didn't think they were, but the workforce study, I think, is independent of
Well,
challenging
item A
modifications.
discusses demolition of a building, and item B talks about building a building where item A would have to pass. If item A didn't pass, we wouldn't be talking about item B. So don't we need to do them in order?
So,
Are those the only two items left?
no, the rock.
Well, let's do that one.
Okay, why don't we let's do the rock first.
So who made the motion? Was it me? Who?
Yeah, you did.
I removed my motion.
I removed my motion.
Okay.
And then you said.
And so if maybe, I think the question from Trustee Glazer, if I understood it, was probably best answered by the Chancellor. Do these items need to be taken in order? Is one dependent on the other?
Well, specifically, my question was B is dependent on A.
A and B, okay. So if we go to C now, that's fine. Is that?
That's fine. If we go to the rock, that's fine. Either way, that's fine.
Okay, is there a motion to approve item C, implementation of Resiliency Operations Center?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, trustees. We have been working with the City of Houston for resiliency training, with the state legislature, with the donations, with member of Congress, as well as with bankers, and they have provided funding for the Resiliency Center. And to present this item, I would like for Dr. Edwards to please come forward and to give an overview, please. Thank you, Dr. Edwards.
Thank you, Chancellor. Madam Chair, members of the board, a diverse team that includes faculty, staff, and administration have completed a thorough research and discovery analysis. We've learned a lot pertaining to the Resiliency Operations Center, otherwise known as the ROC. You have read a report that was included with the action items. On behalf of the team, I would like to provide a brief overview, and I'll move quickly, regarding the findings for your review as you consider our proposal for the recommendations provided. The Resiliency Operations Center has been confirmed as a vital component of training for the first responders as well as for the general public. We've been out in the community, we've been visiting multi-service centers, we've been teaching. And again, we learned a lot because, you see, resiliency is a mindset. And part of the secret is that the competencies and the skills exist as an assembly of skill set that we confer to the trainees, the people that we're educating. There has been widespread support provided by the City of Houston, State of Texas, the U.S. Department of Education, and we've had some congressionally directed funding courtesy of Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, J.P. Morgan Chase, and residents of the larger community. The concern pertaining to climate change and HB8 accelerates the need for resilience training in an array of areas to include floods as well as long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns. The HCC Public Safety Institute in the Northeast College, on the Northeast College campus, is uniquely equipped with personnel to deliver the training and has become recognized as a resiliency training hub. Given the evidence of widespread demand, need, and support through all of the meetings we've had, some of the focus groups we've had with collaborative representatives from industry who pointed out the need for certain competencies and skills that our graduates need to demonstrate. The following recommendations are being presented for your consideration. Now again, House Bill 8 has shifted, it causes many community colleges to pivot, and we're aligning ourselves not only with College of Choice and our mission, vision, and values, but also to look at completion challenges. And that means produce more micro-credentials of value. As a result of, and what has resonated over the past 2-3 years that I've been involved in this 6-year project, different response in whole government form, state legislative appropriations, U.S. Department of Education, J.P. Morgan Chase, as I alluded earlier. I want to bring up Bob McCracken to talk about our commitments, which are really evidence of partnerships that we have currently. Bob? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go very quickly here. Just to recap, so you have your legislative approval, which is really about capital funding. You have your City of Houston MOU, which is a non-monetary agreement where we help them establish community relationships, partnerships, and become their training partner of choice. And they in turn help us connect with community organizations and community groups and connect to those students who ultimately are going to need training. Department of Education grant is in turn really focused on community outreach, number one, community building, number two, and number three, curriculum development, and some money for scholarships for students. And then you have the J.P. Morgan Chase grant, which is really through the foundation and the work that Dr. Webster has been doing, which is about workforce collaborative and connecting the employers to the social service agencies and government entities and then the training partners so that we can provide scholarship funding for students to go through programs, particularly those skills and workforce programs that are offered through Central College. So the recommendations are that you authorize the chancellor, we're asking to authorize the interim chancellor to proceed with the implementation of the ROC by expanding the delivery of the proven public safety programs and resiliency training and upgrading facilities and simulators for effective training purposes and continuing to pursue partnerships to support and support to go after state appropriations and other funding sources. You will notice that this is a slight pivot from what we had been asking for previously, so we're not asking for a large facility, but we're asking to really look at the programs that we're doing well, and expand those areas, because ultimately when the city approached us about a partnership, they said what we do is what the city needs for resiliency. We train people in the skills that are needed for a resilient Houston. Right? We train people in the skilled trades. We train people in vehicle maintenance, in EV repairs. We train people in construction trades. We train people in public safety, fire safety, EMS, healthcare, et cetera. And so the intent is to continue to focus in those areas. Continue to engage our stakeholders with their industry partnership or community listening sessions, and ultimately market to those target audiences.
In addition, what this slide demonstrates is part of our effort resonating with the community, grassroots, working with complete communities, the city of Houston, as well as other areas. This slide has an image of us meeting with the entire command staff, the Houston Fire Department. And part of that was a reflection of the 3-year agreement to train their fire cadets in paramedic and emergency medical technology and services. This has yielded our first 3 cohorts already since last November of last year, and I'm pleased to report that we have a 95% licensure completion. Now, we can do better, but that's 95%, and that's 3 cohorts, fresh boots, fresh cadets, and this is indicative of the type of collaborations for the future. So with that, please consider the recommendations. Thank you for your time, and we can take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. Any questions?
Here.
Trustee Glazer.
I guess my question is, and we've had discussions, Chancellor, about this, and I understood where you were conveying what you wanted to do with the project. I asked our previous Chancellor, as the presentation mentioned, this project has been in the mill for 6 years. The explanation, the fiscal impact in our action item mentions we've secured over $9.5 million. Up until this point, I have not seen any type of reconciliation of what we've done with the money that we've received or how much we have received versus how much has been pledged. In the presentation I see here tonight, bringing my perspectives to the table as a business person, when I'm committing to monies, I expect to see a business plan that's quantitative, not just qualitative. Where are the numbers? What are the numbers we're going to spend? What's the revenue going to be? And there's just nothing here on this at this point, and I'm real concerned about that. I really can't support this action item at the way it's presented at this point. I really need to see where are we at? We've been at this 6 years. I've yet to see a fiscal accounting for what's going on. I asked the previous chancellor, and the response that I got in the meeting was basically a rollout of the pro forma from when we first started. So I know we've received money. The state's funded us over several years. And, to move forward with a project of this magnitude, we talk about things in this presentation. We've been doing firefighter training for many, many years. You championed that when you were at that college. I know that we have existing programs. And I know these programs take money to run, but I also assume that a lot of these programs that we deal with partnering agencies that fund their students to come. There should be a money-making operation. Some of the monies that we receive from the fees to train folks should be, not only cover current expenses, but apply to the many capital expenditures involved in these type of projects that define resiliency. And so I need a lot more to commit, $10 million on a project going forward to lay it out for me. That's just where I'm at. And I appreciate what you guys are doing. I know we're doing a lot of good work out there. I really do. And but to commit fiscally on this, it's like, show me a plan. Show me where the money's going. Show me the anticipated revenues. I see this slide. We're going to partner with the city, and the partnership talks about that we're basically doing community outreach with them. That's not our job. Our job is to train folks. And I don't know if you were at the event. I think it was the previous chancellor when we were at an event, and the city administration told us we were going to have 500,000 people to train. I mean, there's just. I need some credible numbers, and for our institution's sake, so that we have credible targets to aim for, credible numbers to focus on, and so that we can give ourselves credit when we hit our goals. So that's what I'm looking for, Chancellor. And I appreciate all the efforts, and I know we do a lot of good work here. That's just this one trustee's perspective. Thank you.
Yes, Chancellor.
Thank you
Did you
so
have a
very much.
reply?
I can defer to Trustee Gomez.
And I think because this might lead to that, we've already secured this funding, and we were made aware of it by the legislature of 9.5 million. So that money is there to be used for this purpose.
Well,
we can't go and put it somewhere else.
That's not my question. And if you're responding to me, let me be clear. My point is we have received the money. I do agree. We've spent money. What I have not seen is an accounting for the money we have spent. And I'm all ready for committing to money to the project. Don't get me wrong. I'm for that. No. But what I'm saying is we're at a point in time. We're at November 15th, 2023, and I have yet to see an accounting for $1 for the millions we have received and that are going into this what we call the rock. And so I'm looking forward to an accounting for that and a pro forma going forward that shows our revenues and our expenses so that we can present something credible to the community, something that really is sustainable and works for our community. That's all I'm looking for. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and Trustee Glazer. Appreciate your comments that you're making. We have received money from various sources. 2020-21, $2.5 million. 22-23, 2.375, and 24-25, we have 2.375, making a total of 7.25. The total state-funded project cost expended to date is $2.6 million. There has been a request for all of the expenditures made of the money, and I received a copy of that, and I'm going to ask Mr. Hines to come to the podium to talk about that, and Mr. McCracken can as well. What we see as being a part of the resiliency piece is actually operating under the umbrella and the approval of the Board of Trustees. And right now we're operating outside of that scope because the board has not approved it. what we are intending to do is to move forward with several initiatives. One would be the resiliency piece. Obviously, with the Swiftwater Rescue that was designed and that was to be a part of it, we could not raise all of the money that was required to construct that. And so Harris County, the Commissioner's Court has now approved that, and it's going to be on Who Road. And so what we want to do is to partner with the county for the training that would be done. That would save us on the maintenance costs, the liability costs, et cetera. So the money that is there for the capital expense is now limited. And so what is available, what we want to do is to expand upon the facilities that we have in terms of perhaps modifying them, nothing major in cost, but as we bring the community in for resiliency, we're looking at using that for a two-pronged purpose. One, to train on resiliency in continuing education units that HCC would deliver, but then to also support our associate degree programs and all of the certificates approved by the coordinating board. And the way that we're going to do that is, for example, to create the opportunities for Community Resiliency Day, as an example, at the Northeast College, where the residents can come in. With the facilities that we have, we can train residents in all of the precautionary measures that they could take if they, for example, live in a 2- or 3-story facility. So we have a fire tower, we have a burn building, but we also offer repelling. And so for persons to learn how do I now rescue myself and my family if I'm in that multi-storied facility, maybe that's something that they would want to learn how to do. But in addition to that, with the capital dollars remaining, we can buy simulators. Simulators that would provide the modules that will allow those who are in the community to come in and they can learn about flood, water rescue, what to do, and so forth. For our students who are going through our associate's degree programs, they would also have access to the same modules, flood, water rescue, and then that's the preparatory piece prior to going to the Swiftwater Rescue Facility for the training. We want to have guest speakers to come in to talk about all of those various features of how to prepare given climate change, that we look at resiliency in a way that will help prepare our community in various areas, flooring, carpentry, et cetera, et cetera. Now, coupled with that, the resiliency components, we want to make sure that we provide that avenue to recruit students into our associate's degree programs as well as into the credentials of value, the short-term certificates. So that's the way we're coupling the two in order to address the resiliency for the broader community, but to also capture the residents of the community who are interested in the certificates and in the associate's degrees that we offer. And I would like for Mr. Hines, if you don't mind, to address the funding piece and the allocations and how the expenditures have gone.
Thank you, Chancellor. As mentioned and as in the presentation, we had our first biennium payment. It was $1.25 million per year. We went instructed to create the project, as was called the Rock, several years ago. And as of today's date, we stopped the project hold about September 5th, I believe. But we were already complete 100% with the construction documents. We had it ready to go to permit, and then it was put on hold. And out of that original $2.5 million, we have roughly $2.3 million that was expended on the design fees, project management fees, getting ready to permit, et cetera. And again, this was as designed and directed. It was a one-of-a-kind type facility. Only thing close to it was in Scotland, and there's nothing locally in the United States similar to this. So that's what we have. That's where that first payment went, and no other monies have been spent. That's where it stopped.
If I could get that in writing, I'd appreciate that. It's a comprehensive.
I believe everyone, Chancellor, we sent this to her office. I think it was sent out to the trustees.
Okay. I'll check.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you're saying that's all we spent the money? So we spent 2.3 out of 2.5 on
of the first 2.5.
Right. On basically design plans.
Right, and that's where you get this, the number 7.25 comes from when you see that in the PowerPoint presentation.
Right. That's more.
The balance.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other,
Well-
Trustee, Chancellor?
Thank you very much. And so, Mr. McCracken.
And just to clarify, there's 3 buckets of money. So what Marshall talked about is the money from the state. You also have the $2 million from the federal fund. Out of that money, no money had been spent. That is essentially for staffing, right? And so, and that money can continue for another 2 years. There's an option to extend for a third year.
Staffing
Yes.
include faculty and instruction?
So that would be faculty, instruction, curriculum development, and so as you teach classes, you can pay the faculty to do that, and you can hire some program support staff to also do that, right, and do the enrollment and all of those pieces with a little bit of money for marketing. And then the third bucket of money is actually with the foundation through JP Morgan Chase, and that is for scholarship money. They have been spending that money, and that is for scholarships for students who are going through the skilled trades program, primarily the skilled trades that George Davis's programs over at Central College, and they have been drawing down that money over the last year and a half or so. So some amount of that money has been drawn down and will continue to be drawn down.
I appreciate that. And then I'd sure like to see a pro forma going forward to show how these how these models work. So, I mean, anytime you plan something going forward, especially if you want it to last, you've got to have some type of pro forma, if for nothing else, to see where the issues are going to be in trying to make your dreams come true. You got to know the numbers. So that's what I'm looking for. But I appreciate everything so far. Thank you.
Chancellor.
And thank you very much. And so what we, I think, would want to request is to be operating under the umbrella of the board. So if we could develop that pro forma and get it to you, would the board be willing to approve the ROC? Because I feel some concern about continuing to spend the money without the board's approval.
I'm sure I have a feeling the board's going to give you what you want.
Okay. Bless you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'd like to.
Trustee Laredo.
Yes, we have a really good program out there in the public safety, the EMT, the fire academy, and the police academy. And so what I foresee is that with the smaller, that it's going to be the ROC, that a resiliency operations center, that we can continue to expand in those areas and increase our training and maybe update our equipment that's out there. But we already have, I know that they come from statewide, and then we also have that helicopter training that they come in, and I've seen them when I go out there, that helicopter comes down and repels and goes back up, and so people are using the facility, and I think we just need to continue adding to it and just make it more feasible for everyone.
Thank you, Trustee
Thank
Laredo.
you for the information.
Just one more thing.
Trustee Thomas.
If I could, and so thank you, Dr. Ford Fisher, and Dr. Edwards, for bringing this forward and for continuing on this path, because it's an amazing opportunity. It looks a little different in terms of what we're doing, but it makes sense. And so I think for me, what makes it even more exciting are the partnerships, the collaboration, the possibilities here about just connecting the dots with all entities and what that will mean for us. So thank you.
Any other questions? Trustee Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the thing that I have a question about is, excuse me, it's not defined enough for me. It says upgrade facilities including simulators for effective training purpose. How many dollars do you want to spend on what? That and also the way this action item is worded to me, it's got too many components to it, and it's not just one issue to be voting on. There's 3 bullet points here, and I don't have, since the money's come from 3 different pots, I don't have a good idea where it's at and where it's going. And then the real overall thing is, it's been said that it's got an amazing opportunity. Well, it's not going to have 500,000 students. Is it going to have 5 or 10? Or is it going to have, say, 1,000 students, and we spend $20 million? And if we spent this $20 million over in the healthcare facility, could we have 5,000 students? We have limited resources here, and it's a matter of how to effectively use them in place of where we need it. This resilience is a big unknown to me. It's a roll of the dice to be spending a lot of money on this and not knowing where we're going to get any return. And I guarantee you, if we spent the money over in our health care, we would get a return there. This town's begging for nurses, et cetera, and that's my take on it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just one more thing before, and I'm not going to say anything after this. These
Trustee
are
Tomas.
restricted funds, and I just want to make sure for the record, these are restricted funds. We can't use it for anything else. We don't use it for this purpose. We send it back, which is crazy. So I just wanted that for the record, because that is what it boils down to, is we've got this money, we have to spend it by such time, and we have to have that end result. That end result has to be one that makes sense for us as a college. And so for me, I get that these are restricted funds. We can't put them anywhere else, in fund balance or here or there or anywhere except there. Oh, I sound like, who's that?
Madam Chair.
That
yeah.
author, that kid's
there
book?
anywhere?
Yeah.
Just call me Patsy Cline. It's crazy. Well, I think it's crazy to send the money back, but that's what I'd prefer to do rather than just squander it and not have any benefit from it. You know,
Sir, I believe you wanted
just
to
call me crazy,
address.
Patsy Cline.
I would never call you crazy. Never. And and thank you, Madam Chair. And I must say that these are restricted dollars. And what we want to do, the one major request in the item is for the approval for the ROC. That's what we want. And then with the approval, everything else flows to the board. Because to continue spending money without that authorization is of great concern. So if we could just get the approval, then everything else with respect to the performer and so on, that will be in the works and will be brought to you before we make any other expenditures. And we can bring that to the board at the December the 6th board meeting to show you all of the details.
That brings up an interesting point. You're exactly right. We should have probably never accepted those funds without having board approval. And what happens when you take those funds, you then get backed in a corner. You got to use them, and you get painted in a corner. And that's what I have a real objection to. We should have probably in the first place, without a plan, without a budget, and without a pro forma, should have never taken that money. And that money was not taken with the authorization of this board. So that is an issue. That has us in a box, and I realize it's restricted funds.
Thank you, Trustee.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, if not, we will vote on item C, implementation of Resiliency Operations Center. Thank you, gentlemen.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6 in favor, 2 opposing.
Thank you, Sharon. Chancellor, I have spoken with the Chancellor. She's comfortable bringing item B first. So is there a motion to approve item B? Did I mischaracterize? Okay.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Consistent with the conversation, Madam Chair, what we are asking to do is to seek the board's approval for the workforce facility assessment so that we can do a needs analysis and to present all of the study and test fit to develop a curriculum and to validate the value and the cost of a workforce facility at the Southeast. And so with that, I would like to ask Dr. Villagrán Glover to give the presentation. Report to the board.
Good evening. Thank you, Chancellor, Board of Trustees.
Good evening.
So I'm about to present information regarding our Challenger Center Workforce Building Project, as Chancellor indicated. So I have a presentation to talk about the Challenger Center first, but I know that you want to talk about the Workforce Center first, so I'll do that. So Chris, I don't have any slides for the Workforce Center, okay? So as you all know, a diverse team that includes faculty, staff, and administrators, we worked together stringently the past couple of weeks and did a discovery and research analysis pertaining to the needs of a workforce building at the Southeast College. You have read the report that was included with the action item. On behalf of the team, I would like to provide a brief statement regarding the findings for your review as you consider our recommendation in item B. The Southeast College was initially programmed for academic courses when the campus facilities was first conceptualized. This includes Eastside as well as Fraga. The heavy emphasis at that time was upon academic transfer classes, adult education, and GED. The primary workforce facility was at Central College. In 2014, the emphasis shifted to HCC, Centers of Excellence, as a concept, which resulted in 14 Centers of Excellence throughout the HCC district that were largely program-based. So given the new funding model, and you heard my colleague, Dr. Edwards, mention it, the funding model HB8, it is clear that Southeast is to fully become a center of excellence in workforce. Thus, needs to be concentrated focus on programs at the Southeast College that is available to students and that can be supported by industry partners and philanthropic supporters. As workforce programs increased at the colleges, it is clear that the more demand will expand for both workforce and academics. Based upon the research for workforce needs in Houston and the new direction of the state, the college recommends that there be a workforce facility constructed in the Southeast to include the following programs for high-demand certifications, as noted in the GHP. For example, welding, manufacturing, plumbing, pipe fitting, carpentry, computer numerical controls, and logistics, many of which we require labs that we don't have currently. These programs and others will be vetted with the community and will be presented to the board with an ROI. Simultaneously, with the development of the workforce building, the Southeast College is expanding its use of its academic classrooms that are at Fraga and Eastside in partnership with Coleman College of Health Sciences to offer continuing ed industry certifications in high-demand programs that are credentials of value in phlebotomy, certified nursing assistant, certified behavior technician, certified pharmacy tech, certified patient technician. A partnership has also been developed with the Northwest College with an engineering program, which is increasingly measured in enrollment numbers at the Fraga campus. In an effort to meet the education and training needs of the community in STEM, which is much needed in this area in Houston, as well as the workforce programs to offer credentials of value that meets the state emphasis on a talent-strong Texas, and to grow enrollments at the Houston Community College, we recommend the following. 1, study and identify the needs, develop a curriculum and validate the value of a workforce building to be constructed at the Southeast College as a center of excellence in workforce training. And that's my recommendation. And any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Villagrán-Glover. Excuse me, any questions or comments from any of my fellow trustees?
Dr. Ford Fisher, can you talk to this in regard to what this will mean also as we do this assessment with, with the corridor that is in front of this college? Can you talk to that?
Are you referencing the strip center?
The corridor, the dilapidated, empty buildings, that have become a hazard in front of this college, how that's tied to this? If you could just address that part for the record.
Well, this was a concern that was expressed by the community at a town hall meeting.
And it's been expressed actually for 12 years, but even when it's been occupied, but I know for you, it was expressed at that.
Right.
But I just wanted to reiterate that as well, that it's just been an ongoing issue for many years. So that's why, but if you could.
I see. And so what the community indicated was that they had been promised a facility at the Southeast College, and that what they have there is a strip center. And they referenced the high risk associated with the facility because there were persons who would loiter there, and that caused concern for the community. And so they wanted to see the facility demolished. And at the meeting, they indicated that they wanted to have workforce programs as well. And so the plan that was laid out that I received was that there would be the demolition of the strip center, and that there would be a significant deferred maintenance associated with it to, I think, a cost of $14 million to demolish or to refurbish that facility, and that would come from deferred maintenance. That there had been one legal challenge to the college because of an ADA compliance issue, and that there would be a preference for there to be not just the demolition, a constructed facility potentially put there that would provide the training for the community, and to establish a view corridor there that would open up a vista to the campus with an attractive view that would show the expanse of the campus itself. So that's the information that I was provided, and the community indicated that they would be eager to hear back from HCC on what action would be taken.
So based on what you're hearing and what you're seeing thus far, what is your recommendation? Is this your recommendation?
Well, my recommendation is consistent with the presentation that was made, that we then do a needs assessment to determine exactly what is needed. I think that is what the community was asking for, that if we put something there, they want it to be attractive and something that would serve the community. And in fact, they thought that they were going to get the Challenger Learning Center. So the question is, if the Challenger Learning Center, and depending upon the board and the action that is taken, if that is not included, what will the community be provided with? And I think a needs assessment is something that would certainly be of good information for the board to have to determine the feasibility of moving.
I guess my question, Dr. Ford Fisher, is, so you've been with HCC for many years, a leader, and now as our interim. And so that is what the community is saying, but what is your take on that, as far as you've seen the space, you know this college, you know the students that it attracts from all over, you know the need in terms of the workforce. So I guess I just wanted to hear in terms of, then you've internalized that. I know it's this, but what do you envision there?
Well,
without dependent on a vote. Obviously, everything will come to a vote, right?
Certainly.
But I just want to hear from you based on, okay, where do you stand?
Well, my view is that HCC has a brand, and we want to be true to our brand that we have for all of our campuses and all of our colleges. And obviously, in looking at the Strip Center, it really does not present the best image and the best view to a beautiful campus. And if it is going to continue to be a liability to the institution, then the question becomes, what would be next? So in short order, my view and my recommendation would be to provide the opportunity for a needs assessment to determine exactly what would be requested as we look at the labor market information, as we meet with the community and find out what the needs are. That's what we did with all of the capital improvement plans that we had. We did not know specifically all of the programs that would be included, but the community had a voice, and the community became very supportive of the college. And I might add that because of the work that we did in working with the community, I'm referencing the North Forest community, they were very active in moving to support all of the bond referenda for HCC, the capital improvement plans, yes, that were done, but also the annexation that was done. And so I think that whenever there is that close connection to engaging the community, listening to the community, and at least bringing the recommendation back to the board for the board to be the final decider on what is recommended, is the appropriate way to move forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ford Fisher. And I did want to, for the record, also remind remind myself and all of us about the fact that when we went out for this last bond, we did have conversations with the community. And you're right, even in this community, who were then promised exactly what you said about the view corridor, about a facility there. All of this was promised, and that was the input they gave. So that's why, to me, it's really important that we keep our promise, albeit it's been years before you, right, in this capacity, and we've done nothing with it. And it's been different reasons, right, Marshall? I mean, we had to empty, the residents that were there, we didn't move on that. There's just excuse after excuse after excuse is what I call it. And so, but yeah, they've gone through this exercise. And you're right, if we're ever going to go out for another bond, that's why it's really important that we keep our promises to those we go out and seek input from and who help us pass these bonds. So thank you, Dr. Ford Fisher.
Thank you, Trustee Timmons. I agree with your comments. Any other comments? Trustee Laredo.
Yes, it so happened that meeting was at the Frogger campus when we had an open house, and so that's where the community first heard about it, and they asked, what's going on and what's the holdup, and then they gave their concerns, and so we've always said we want community input, to help us make decisions. So this is one community that's very strong-minded and sees what's happening across the town and says, what about us? When is our due date? When are we going to get? They were talking about the Challenger because that was what we told them. And so they're waiting on it. And as they see the empty building there, and all that's going on there, they keep asking, why, or what's the holdup now? And so then they heard that we did have, they met our new interim chancellor, so their question was, so now are we going to wait? What's the next step? What do we wait? So we just want to make sure that, we work together and that they did vote for this bond years ago. And since then, we've had different board members come on board. So it's important to know the history of why this went on and how we had to go out and knock on doors and ask them to vote for this for everyone. So some of the projects have been completed in different areas, but the Southeast, there's always a change. And so we just want to make sure that we complete it. And so we know that, I don't know if there's other reasons why it was delayed, but we want to make sure that this CIP money is used properly. We promised to the community. And I like the idea of a workforce or a STEM building or something with the sciences. The sciences is so elaborate that, we have robotics, we have Apple works with us. So we can build partnerships. And so we just need to be fair to the community. If we're not going to give them anything, then tell them you're not going to get anything. But let's be fair. I don't want it to just be another park out there. We don't need a park. We need to do a building for them and have the classes that they need and the programs that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laredo. Any other comments or questions?
Yes, if I can.
And again, I think in my conversations with Dr. Ford Fisher, with our president at Southeast College, I'm absolutely under the impression that if this passes, and I pray that it does, but that if this passes, that is our ultimate goal, is that we will, build a workforce building there, because that's what this is going to tell us. And I just know that as an educator, I know that that's where that's at. Several educators on this board, and we know that that's needed. But I just wanted to again just reiterate that that's what I'm hearing, and that's what the hopeful final outcome will be, is that there will be a view corridor, that there will be a workforce building there, all that's able to be that's sustainable and give us a return on our dollar. So thank you.
Trustee Flowers.
I'd just like to say that, Chancellor, I appreciate the thought. as well as the plan in terms of the needs assessment. I think that it's very clear that what you have put forth addresses the concerns of the community. It addresses the concerns that I've heard from my colleagues here at the dais, and that with your knowledge and your expertise, that you can lead this and that you will do well by this project, and that we won't be just putting something up to put something up. We're going to let a needs assessment drive that. We're not going to put up something that's, it's good today, but it's not tomorrow. So we don't want anything that's a fad. We want something that has some legs and some sustainability. And I think that your approach is the best approach. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate the presentation. Dr. Glover, kudos.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Trustee Wilson?
I was on the board, the first board meeting when Art Tyler pitched the buying of that strip center and said we could buy it for $1 million or maybe $2 million, no more than that. And we're $13.5 million into the deal, and it's $3.5 million to tear it down. And it was an open-ended deal, like this is open-ended. We need to define our projects. We need to define the money we're going to spend, and we need to be good stewards of it. And we need to evaluate how we could spend it for the whole system, not just at Southeast. And the Fraga building's been a disappointment. I think this board's been very good to the southeast area of town and what we built out there for them. And I think that southeast area of town owes us more students. They haven't pushed to fill up those buildings. And until we fill those buildings up, we're in the process of, it's just our calling for what we're supposed to do is educate people, not build buildings. And I don't see the need. If this is just an assessment for the $150,000, and then we're going to look at it and evaluate whether it's in the best interest. And, why build another building if we can't fill it up? And there's view corridors. The Spring Branch campus has got a parking lot for, and the West Loop is parking lot. There's no view corridors over there. And, and you think about the projects that are sitting there idle, like the Rig 1. I don't want this to be another Rig 1 and us just to keep putting good money after bad and getting nothing in return for the community.
Thank you, Trustee. Chancellor?
I could not appreciate more what you're saying. I do agree with you. It's really certain that students go to colleges and to campuses because they can get a program. There's something that they can get. And if you do not have programs, you're not going to attract students. And in the Northeast, when we developed programs, the campus grew, and we had over 14,000 students who were enrolled when in 2014. We had over 14,000 students enrolled in the Northeast. And it was suspected prior to that it would not grow, that college would not grow, but it did because of programs. The unfortunate thing that occurred is that even though programs had been decided upon for the CIP, that there was a shift that occurred. These programs were programmed for specific areas and for specific colleges based upon the need. And then that was shaken up and they were moved all over the district. So with programs put in place at the colleges, they are guaranteed to grow. And I think the sterling example of that was at Northeast, and we saw that because we got the global energy, the instrumentation, the biotechnology, and the petroleum engineering technology, all of those programs, and that is when we began to flourish. So I think that given the population of students that we have and those who lack a high school diploma or a GED or those who do not have some college, if we put the right programs in the buildings, the students will come. I believe that. I think we have evidence to show that. So,
Thank you, Chancellor.
I agree with you, and what I'd like to see is a study, an assessment study, and just that. I don't want to make a commitment to tear a building down and to build another one. Let's do our due diligence. Let's look into it and see what we need to do for the future rather than just helter-skelter, shotgun throwing stuff out.
Okay, any other comments? Trustee Glazer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've heard all the comments, and I assume this study is probably going to pass. I hope the study includes utility and what's our capacity? I mean, I have a trustee sit next to me who has a campus that has hardly any students in it, and it has a lot of workforce capacity. And we built programs, and no, they didn't come, or they did come, and they were told to go somewhere else. So this needs to be comprehensive, and we need to look at. I sat in a meeting on Monday and talked to a very well-respected chief financial officer at a neighboring community college. She said, there's a paradigm shift, and a lot of these students are not going to be coming back academically on site. They're going to be doing remote. So they're not talking about building new buildings. They're talking about converting some of this portion of their existing buildings into workforce. So we need to look at, expand our ideas and not focus on one narrow vision that started when I came on board and was board secretary. The first thing I had to sign that was put in front of me at this board 10 years ago was a condemnation or an eminent domain proceeding on that facility down there. And that price is gone. So we were already buying a piece of property that the sellers didn't want to sell. And well, I'm not going to go into the details of it. We all know the story of where that's at. So I think you're taking the high road. You're looking for a feasibility study. I'm disappointed somebody's trying to corner you into something that you can't commit to at this point because you're waiting on the facts, and I appreciate that. I hope those facts take into account capacities at neighboring places because we can't build everything everywhere. And I mean, Mr. Hines talked about 30,000 people coming to the West Loop campus, and I have a college president who just kind of shows me, walks me by every time I'm at the campus about the student center and all the money it needs for a rehab. But I mean, it's your job to prioritize our finite resources, and the mission is to educate students, give students opportunities in all our communities. Right. And all of us sit here, there's no at-large people at this table. We all have to look for the entire college. I'm hearing a little bit too much at the table tonight about certain areas and certain areas. I've sat at this table 10 years. I've seen all the areas circle around and get taken care of. I remember getting on that bus one time. We took a tour with all the trustees. I will tell you, a lot of the new trustees, when they saw Southeast and Fraga, they were shocked. They said, wow, can't we have this in our community? So it's a relative look. And we have needs in all corners of our communities. And we trust you to come up with the right decisions and make these choices. And we as a board have to come together and support her in wherever she makes the decisions. And this is an unpleasant evening, and I'm sorry I had to go through this, but we all heard the numbers on the Challenger program. I think we're all agreed we're making the right choice moving forward with that. We all found out a bunch of numbers that apparently nobody knew about until recently. So, I think if we, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how the vote goes. I'll wait for the vote, but we've been presented the facts, and we presented new facts, and I think this board is going to support you based on the facts you present us, and I look forward to you presenting us facts that we can vote on and work as one board to support you in the mission of this college. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Any other comments? Or
I do.
Trustee Vandal Stallworth.
I guess I've heard everything at the table, and coming from somebody who I guess the comments about South Campus are true, that students would sign up for classes. Someone in administration would close the classes and send the students to Southeast or anywhere else. Sometimes as far away as 30 miles. I still don't understand that. So what I appreciate about this is assessment first. This sounds like a process that we will be putting in place from now on. Assessment first, because you've got to first ask the community where they are and what their mindset is and what they hope to see and have, versus the statistics and what the administration understands that demographically what the shift will be and how we're going to successfully meet that shift based on the knowledge that we have. It's very true that college and that CFO, they made some tough decisions. They really did. And they worked out extraordinarily well. But they made those tough decisions based on a formal assessment with all statistical analysis in place and the formal opinion of those who do the job every day. We have the top, I would say the top statistician in the state, because everybody calls and asks her everything. She's sitting right there. And I have heard her present to trustees to the point that they were totally bewildered as to how good she was at explaining those statistics to them, explaining to them which way that the demographics were going and what the academic shifts look like. We have the expert, and we have the person who knows the community, and we have the people who have been working in each of the regions. We have the workforce experts. You have everything you need. I am in favor of supporting the assessment and bringing that assessment back to this board table, because unless we do this way, which is why the risk management from internal audit, which is why they're now as detailed as they are. When you see risk management and you see what they brought to this table, you understand we're going to solve some risks. It's not words anymore. It's formal statistical analysis and where our money is flowing and down what rabbit holes it's flowing in and how we're going to stop it. So I trust that this assessment is going to give us what we need to support people who are going to be coming to the colleges, because whether or not you all know it, we are already being encroached upon. That is already happening. And they are moving fast, because they've already done the assessments that we probably should have done a year ago. And their goal, as they're looking for properties to lease close enough to ours to move our students into their community colleges, these people are not playing with us. So I support the assessment. I want to see what that assessment says. I trust this team, and I trust the number one education statistician in the state, because if she was not the number one, all of the community colleges would not be calling her, asking her for answers. So I trust this team. Go forth, bring back to us a formal assessment that we can look at the numbers and we can have a clear understanding of what we're going to have to do as an institution and what we're going to have to vote on as a board to be successful in engaging students for credentials of value. Because if we don't have credentials of values that students come to, we don't get paid. We don't get paid, we can shut these buildings down. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee. Any other comments or questions? Trustee Wilson. Wait, do you need Melissa?
Maybe
Ashley?
Mr. Smith can have. On bullet point 3, am I reading this right? It says, if approved, comma, building and construction could utilize existing funding from Challenger and satellite project cancellation estimated at $6.68 million plus 2013 CIP remainder as possible funding sources. So if I vote for this,
That was held out as a possibility given the money that was available. Mr. Hines, please respond. Thank you. No, we're not voting on that.
Well,
No.
that's all I want to clarify.
Yeah, we're
That's
not
all I
voting
want
on
to make
that.
sure. We're not,
We're not
if I vote,
No, we're not.
okay, if I vote for this, I'm not, okay, that's all I wanted to make clear.
Okay, any other questions or comments? If not, we're ready to vote on the item. Item B, Workforce Building Project. Voting is now open.
Back in November.
Are you waiting for someone?
Sure, that's for me. I don't know if you got mine.
I received it. I'm waiting on
Yes,
trustee,
for me.
trustee Glazier. Voting has concluded. The item passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item A, Challenger? I am proud. I just want to get us out of here. Is there a move to approve item A, Challenger Capital Projects cancellation and redesign? Is there a second? I'll second. It has been moved and seconded. May I suggest, if it is okay with everyone, may I suggest that we just accept the presentation and just see if there are any questions at the table because of the late hour? Are there any, is that okay, Chancellor? Are there any questions from any of my fellow trustees?
I just think
Trustee Temes?
I just for the record, just to make sure that, that the community understands about the Challenger and the inability of the college to sustain the expense that comes with building this site, is the research that's been done and the information that the administration has provided in terms of clarity regarding the costs that this, what the financial strain that this would cause the college moving forward and not being able to sustain it. So that is my understanding, and if there's anything else I've missed, I just think for the record, that's, for me, is the driving force. If we're going to put something up that we can't afford to keep up, or to staff, or to, put the faculty there, or the equipment there that's needed, if we can't afford to do that, then why have an empty shell? And so for me, that's the driving force. I'd rather not have that, and hopefully in the end, we have something that the community, like a workforce building that is STEM-driven, workforce certification-driven, will ultimately be there versus the Challenger Center. So for me, that's what's driving me in terms of how I will vote for this.
Thank you, Trustee Temes. Trustee Laredo?
I just want to clarify that one of the reasons that we're not going with the Challenger Center project is because we found out that it's a private foundation. So with the private foundation, it takes a lot of money that goes into that foundation that HCC did not have. And we did not know all the numbers when we said yes several years ago. But it's a great program, but not for us because we're so close to NASA, and that we hope to partner with them in some of our activities that we have here. And but like I said, it's a great program, but we cannot afford it. So thank you.
And
Thank you, Trustee.
One more thing, and my colleague, Trustee Laredo mentioned this. As far as the Challenger, is it the Challenger Foundation, correct? The Challenger Foundation is an amazing organization, amazing. And for them to have come to us and want to partner with us, I just very honored for that. It's just, it's not something we can do responsibly at this time. So Dr. Ford Fisher and I know I've talked to you about this, but I'm confident that you've either made contact or will make contact personally with the foundation so that we continue to have a good relationship with them into the future.
Chancellor?
Yes, ma'am, we will. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We will get in touch with them tomorrow. We did not want to presume any conversation would take place to say yay or nay prior to hearing from the board. So we will follow up tomorrow. Thank you.
And just to clarify before the vote, if you're voting yes for this item, it's to cancel the Challenger, even though it seems intuitively backwards. But that's what a yes to this item means. Trustee Wilson, I'm sorry.
Well, this is another legal question. The bullet point 3 says complete the Southeast College Retail Center demolition. So we're voting to cancel the project, and then we're also voting for $3.5 million to demolish that center, and we're also voting for $1.8 million design documents. To me, that should be 2 or 3 action items rather than encompassing them all in one. I can go for 1 and 2, but I can't go for 3 and 4. And I think that there could be a legal issue too. Mr. Smith, if I could ask, if you can only have one item and one action item, and this to me has, I know how they could be related, but this to me has 2 main items, and legally I think it should be reworded into two action items.
Yes, of course.
Are there, please?
Oh, the microphone.
Thank you. Trustee Vanderbilt-Stallworth?
The demolition is excessive. That cost for demolition is excessive. And I'm not speaking in generic terms. I'm speaking because I am a commercial construction estimator, and I know that price is excessive. I think we need to do something with, I agree with the cancellation. I know, and I agree with why we're doing the cancellation on the Challenger. And I agree with us reimagining what this funding is going to be. But I think they need to go back, and whoever our procurement people are, they need to go back and look at these numbers.
Chancellor, I believe the Chancellor has that response from, or would like to.
Yes,
have one
thank
of
you
her
very
people.
much, Madam
Thank you.
Chair. To respond to your, the inquiries, I would like for Mr. Hines to respond, please.
President Francis, you need to sit down, man.
So there are a lot of questions that were packaged in those last few comments. I'd like to address it, and I'll just read from the action item. So there are 4 projects, and that's how this was envisioned back when it was approved for design and moving forward. So item 1, Council of the Southeast Challenger Center. We've talked about that already. I think there's already correct understanding of that. The Challenger Satellite Project, I think there's correct understanding of that. That was something that was created to have a spread out across the system with the Challenger project in place at Southeast. So you would eliminate those 2 projects. Then you would complete the Southeast Woodridge Retail Center demolition. And to Trustee Stallworth's question, that it's not just demolition. The city has requirements now. When you take down a building or any building or redo construction that has impervious surface, you have to provide detention. This includes irrigation. It's not just take it down to the slab and leave it look. We're trying to make the campus look better. And if there is a new building, if there is one, if that's what the study shows, it could go there. And then it's a grass and sod the area. You also have to plant a certain number of trees along that. And this creates, as you saw in your package, a view corridor, not the view corridor itself, but by knocking down this facility. And just some of the compelling reasons that this is the worst building we have on our deferred maintenance list of $400 million. And taking it down in today's, it was originally $14 million worth of work prior to COVID. That was in 2019. So we add on just a modest 10% inflation. You're now looking at a 15% reduction in your deferred maintenance list. Instead of having to pay cash for everything every budget, you're eliminating some of these facilities, allows you to take that off the balance sheet. And then satisfies the local community expectations. It's been talked about a lot. We also have a challenge there with the slope of an ADA compliance. We've had one litigation case filed against us for a sidewalk, just the slope, and this also removes all of the parking lot area as well, so you have to demolish all of that. And the condition of the building is in such shape that none of the utilities really work very well. They were all separate for each retail tenant somewhere, and that was their responsibility to take care of the interior. So the interior of the buildings that are there are worth really nothing. And then eliminate unsightly retail background dumpsters. When you enter into the Southeast campus, if you've ever paid attention and not been looking at the campus to where you're going to park, you're driving on the back side of the retail center. There's 15 blue dumpsters full of trash and trash blowing around. It's the most horrible entrance we have. And this demolition would also take care of that. And then also focusing on the relationship with NASA versus the Challenger. That was also a good lead into that. And then to the other question that arose earlier, the savings from this project, eliminating these two and doing the other two, is around $5.3 million. And that's how we partially fund. It leaves us $6.8 million to help fund a new building if we choose to do so. And our study shows that we should. So that by doing what I described, canceling what we described, you come out with a net savings of $5.5 to $6 million. And again, these have not been bid out. So if we have the demolition plans done, we have estimators that gave us prices. But the ultimate choice is when we bring a vendor forward for procurement for whichever piece it is, the demolition, building a building, whatever it is, they'll get the pricing. We'll see the bidders and what the true price is. And then that will come again to the board, and the board will get to see all those prices. So if there's a concern about the demolition costs, we'll see what the vendors propose. So thank you for the opportunity to explain that.
Thank you, Marshall. Any other comments or questions?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Smith?
it may be helpful to recognize that August 17th of 2022, we approved the authorization for funding the demolition of the Woodridge Retail Center. And we'll do some searches to see which of these other items might also have been previously addressed. But I know this is being offered as a package, but we need to recognize that, and might do a little research here to make sure, but we know Woodridge has already been approved.
And General Counsel, also the view corridor was approved back several years. We've been putting everything on hold, trying to figure out what's going to go on that campus. Thank you.
So, Ashley, if this fails, does it nullify the original? I'm sorry. If this fails, does it nullify the original approval that we already voted on?
If it fails, it would not nullify it.
So this is going to happen regardless,
Yes.
because we already approved it.
If it fails, you still have a prevailing action taken by the board before. That was 5 votes that authorized it.
Got it. Okay. So that's already been approved.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes, Trustee Flowers.
And Ashley, it's probably legal. So if I understand you correctly, then I think we go back to the point that Trustee Wilson first started with, and we need to modify this here vote for this action item.
Yeah, I think it can still go as a package. It's just there's a superseding item that'll still be relevant if this doesn't pass.
And we're not approving an amount, right? This isn't an amount.
This isn't like a contract.
They still have to come back to us.
Right, for the procurement.
Because I'm not comfortable either saying, okay, this much and we
Let's
don't even
let her,
have, I
Ashley.
get it. So that's not what we're approving, right?
Ashley, do we have to modify this?
We're going to ask Sharon if she can find the others, so if we do a modification, we can modify out the items that have already been approved.
Does it have to be modified?
It doesn't have to be modified. You've already made a statement on it before, and this is not inconsistent with what you previously said, but
So if it's approved, it just supports the previous thing. And if it fails, it doesn't matter because we still have the previous
Correct.
decision. Okay. So I'd rather not mess with taking it apart. I'd rather keep it all at once. Chancellor, is that okay with you? Trustee Flowers, did you?
Well, I would say Trustee Wilson, are you okay with that, given the explanation provided by Ashley Smith?
Just on the bullet 4, has that been approved previously, or is that what Sharon said?
that's what Sharon's looking for. But we can confirm in August of 2022 that the demolition was approved.
I remember that. I remember the whole board approved that, and I also remember me voting against it.
And a company was approved for the demolition? I have a question. Was the company approved for the demolition? Did we choose a company? Or we just approved a dollar value? It should not exceed that? Because standing there, you just gave a whole list of reasons that were never listed here about why it's so much money, which still is too much money. But we will deal with that later. You know, I don't really have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. We could take some kindergartners and some hammers. So, and what is, so, Chancellor, I will support this if this is very well managed in terms of budget, because we keep getting these things and the cost keeps growing, and then we get a snafu in procurement, and then we get an excuse, and I'm done with that. So I'm going to trust that this will be well managed fiscally, all of it.
Chancellor?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Trustee Venable Stallworth. And that is the reason why these particular items were put on hold, because we did have concerns about them, and we wanted to bring them before the board. So we can absolutely guarantee you that we will look very closely at all of the items that we bring to you to make sure that they are carefully vetted and that we can be those good financial stewards as well before we then bring the items to you for review and consideration for approval.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Laredo?
And that was the reason that I said it's so important for us to have a timeline, because the longer we wait, the more the price goes up.
inflation.
And that's what happened previously with this parcel of land. We waited too long to move on it, and the price went from 1 to 13. So
Thank you, Trustee. I think we're ready to vote, unless anybody has any.
Madam Chair.
Trustee Wilson?
If we haven't previously voted on it, I'd like to make an amendment to pull bullet point 4, complete the Southeast College View Corridor project, excuse me, with an inflation-approved budget of 1.8, utilizing the design documents out of this and have it a separate item. That's my...
Is there a second? Any discussion? Sharon, can we vote on that? That's okay.
Madam Chair, you'll need a second for that amendment.
You did.
Okay. You need a second.
Preda, I'm sorry to point. Preda.
If you might call for discussion.
Yeah. Any, Trustee Temez?
So my question then is, Chancellor, the previous approval then, that's at another time, but a timeline in terms of the demolition and all.
You're asking if we can provide that to the board? Yes, of course, we will do
Just a
that.
timeline, because that's a previous approval, and it did get put on hold in August, and there's just,
Certainly.
it's a safety issue at this point.
We will move expeditiously on that
for
as well.
students and most especially.
Certainly, we will move on that. You saw the list of 52-plus items on that list that you
Yeah.
reviewed tonight?
Yeah.
Well, those will be added to our list as well.
Thank you.
Sharon, it's moved to amend item A to make the fourth bullet point under recommendations a separate item. Was that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Do you want it removed altogether, or do you want it a separate item?
Separate item.
That was already voted on.
It was already voted on.
Well, Madam Chair, for clarification, Trustee Wilson, the fourth bullet has already been voted on and approved. So do you want to make it, just for clarification, a separate item or just
What has
remove it?
been-
Yes, earlier.
Was approved,
Yes.
right? The fourth bullet point was approved.
Well, it's all moved then.
January,
Yes.
January 21st. Is that the Phillips?
What's part of it?
Says Phillips.
The demolition's been approved, and they're looking to see if the fourth bullet.
Okay, we can wait. We're going to wait to see if it's been approved before.
Okay.
Shoot, so, wait, I need to think about procedure. So, move to amend and second.
Madam Chair, they were on different days, and so we're trying to find the fourth bullet point, but the expectation is that we're going to be able to find that as well.
Okay, so it's already been voted on, they're saying. So would you like to withdraw your motion to amend?
Is that what you just said?
What?
Sure, sir.
She's finding the date. But they were voted on separate days.
For clarity, I am able to review that Woodridge demolition was approved August the 20, in August of 22. Do have that vote of 5-2 with 2 abstentions. The funding of the Challenger STEM was approved on that same day of a 5-3 with 1 absence. I am still.
We already approved the Challenger? Wait, so
This
we
is the
approved?
authorization of the funding of the Challenger STEM satellite program
Okay,
at the 6 campuses, the satellite program, I'm sorry.
that's okay.
I have yet to find the corridor item. To my understanding, it was approved as a part of the CIP 2.0 project. So it would not be an individual approval, just the corridor, so I would need more time to research that item.
So it was approved, but we don't have the details. I'm sorry, however you would like it, Chancellor.
Just a quick note, just as that project was put together, as we designed it 2 years ago, this is designed to go to package together. So if the view corridor's already been approved, but if you pull that out, then we're going to end up with a piece of concrete that has no funding that's part of the remediation of the entire retail project. The funding view corridor it goes on the southern, southwest end of that campus where the retail center is. So if you take that out, there's no funding for that, and you're going to have a little strip of land. That's the reason that's put together.
And you're saying it was approved, the funding for that was already approved out of the CIP?
Yes, ma'am, we did a view corridor at Fraga campus,
Okay,
and we had budgeted one that was requested for Southeast as well.
okay, so it's already been approved.
Well, let's just take item 3 and 4 out and just approve 1 and 2.
Okay, wait,
Withdraw
you
the
need
motion.
to
Make an amendment.
amend your amendment. Wait,
I'd like to
it was
withdraw.
amended, you withdraw your amendment, right? And then Preda, would you like to withdraw the second?
But the motion and second both need to be withdrawn. I think we just did
Yeah,
that.
they just withdrew.
Thank you.
Okay.
And so then,
I would like to amend this to take out bullet item 3 and 4 and just have item A vote on bullet item 1 and 2.
is there a second?
My motion.
So, No, he's saying without the beautification, it doesn't make sense. So the beautification needs to go with the demolition, right, Mr. Hines? You shouldn't have one without the other, or else you're going to have an eyesore. Right. So, Sharon, did you get that?
A motion to amend to remove bullets 2 and 4?
No.
3 and 4?
3 and 4.
3 and 4?
Because it was already previously approved. Correct.
Yes, I have a motion to amend to remove bullets 3 and 4.
Perfect.
Marshall, and then, so it was previously approved, the other.
It was, yes.
I'm sorry, was the question? Trustee?
Okay, the question Trustee Tamaz is asking is that she just needed affirmation that bullets 3 and 4 were previously approved previously on another agenda item.
Right,
Okay.
two separate projects, 2 different time periods.
Different days. Got it.
2.0, 2013 CIP, the review quarter was approved long before this revised project that we're talking about today.
Okay, great.
But I'm just saying that if you tear and demolish that retail area, you have to do
nothing.
something with it. The city's not going to allow you to just tear it down
Okay.
and leave it.
Got it.
Thank
Okay, any more discussion on the amendment? No? If not, Sharon, I think we're ready to vote. Please.
Sharon, that's yes for me.
That's right.
Oh, so can you repeat what we're voting?
A motion to amend to remove bullets 3 and 4 under the recommendation. I wanted to clarify because you have bullets under the compelling reason, so I added under the recommendation so it's clear.
Perfect, thank you.
Madam Chair, you're
yes,
taking a
Mr.
vote.
Smith.
I want to.
Hold on, Sharon.
I
It's
think
yes.
we're ready.
Yes.
Yes.
Right, your amendment.
Just the amendment.
And Dr. Samash, you are
coming.
in favor?
I'm coming.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
I'm fine with it, although, okay. I'm confused at this point because it's
She's already half
previously
asleep.
approved, I think that.
The voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Okay, now are we ready to, any more discussion on the original item? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on item A as amended.
So moved? Oh,
No,
no?
we already did it.
Okay.
We're already open.
So moved.
You're going to be sleeping and
I
dreaming
know.
about moving.
I know. That what we're voting? Okay. I'm just tired.
Voting has concluded.
I think I will vote.
The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. I also would like to note for the meeting minutes that items K, I'm sorry, I have it written down. K through M have been pulled from the agenda.
It's
K,
and
M,
items M through
K, M, N,
M through Q.
Jesus Christ.
K and items M through Q because item L was voted on.
Okay. Can I just say what you said?
Yes.
What you said, what Sharon said has happened. So I am verifying it for the record. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for sticking with us. Have a wonderful Turkey Day. And meeting adjourned at
9:14 p.m.
Thank you for staying. Thank you, everybody.